Check. Oh, we're all checked up. What's going on, champs? Mario Munguia here, Infighting Exchange, Infighting FX. I know I was gone for a couple days, but I'm back. And what the fuck is wrong with this thing? All right, we are about like we're the second segment of SmackDown. And obviously I have SmackDown to cover. We're going to watch along and it's going to be fun. And then after that, we'll get to the topics we have tonight, which is if you were checking out the on soon graphic, then you saw some of the topics. But just a heads up, let's see, what do we got here? We're going to talk about We're going to talk about Unreal Season 3 tonight. We're going to talk about some of the things in the episodes that I very much enjoyed. We're going to talk about the Tszyu and Spence fight. Wait, where the fuck is it? We're going to also talk about AEW Redemption, the card. Is Tank done? We're seeing new reports suggesting that Tank could be cooked in boxing or maybe not even give a shit about it at all anymore. But we're going to talk about it, where these rumors are coming from, why they're coming out the way they're coming out, who might be behind them, and what their ultimate motives might be. Let's see. What else do we got today? Oh, Fury 1. I have that recorded, so I'll let y'all look at that. Or I have it online, I should say. And we'll talk about that. Supposedly he's going to be in the building for AJ tomorrow night. Woo! Let's get an energy drink because we got to get up in this bitch. Getting up in this bitch. Oh, I hear you. Yo, listen, I'll be honest. This one puts hair on your tits. All right. I'm not saying everybody wants hair on their tits. I'm saying this will put hair on your tits. All right. I didn't have any hair anywhere. I was just like a seal. And now I'm just sprouting nipple hair like you've never fucking seen. Dude, I'm not even joking. I mean, I am joking about the nipple hair thing. I've had nipple hair for a very long time. But the blue Raz, dude, kicks you in the dick. Not gonna lie. Woo, fuck. Feels like I just fucking bust out a line on a toilet seat and went, you know what I mean? I've never done coke, but I imagine the blue Raz ghost is what it's like to do coke off a toilet seat at a bar with fat people, which is a story I have. I didn't do the coke. I walked into the bathroom and there were like 5 fat mojados just doing cocaine in a handicap bathroom stall at a bar in Calallen, Texas. That place was crazy, bro. I'm not going to lie. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about wrestling, boxing, MMA, all the most exciting things in the world. And while we watch SmackDown, we'll go through a few little topics. Wrestling. So, I want to show y'all some cool stuff that is just dropped. So, obviously, you may know that tomorrow, or it's been San Diego Comic-Con week. If you're like a fan of like most nerdy stuff like I am, it's a huge day in the world of, oh, I forgot to talk about WWE radio. We need to talk about that too. We definitely need to talk about WWE radio. But anyway, yeah, they got tomorrow Hall H, which is supposedly the last time that Marvel's going to be there for a really long time. But Marvel supposedly has a plan up till 2042, but it's not going to happen, right? That's just like loose. It's just like the Kang stuff, right? You could have said, oh, they have this plan, they have that plan, but guess what? Plans change. And I think there's so much going on at Disney right now as it relates to like what's going to happen with the merger. And I told y'all, by the way, people message me and they DM me and they're like, dude, I'm so glad that I found you from the Boxing Voice, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, man, I love that you talk all this different stuff and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, cool. But if you've just caught up, you got to remember, like, this community has been going for over a year, well, almost 2 years. We don't have everybody back that we lost, but my community's caught up. And it's not like I'm trying to talk shit or nothing. I'm just saying we said all this. Like I told y'all a long time ago, a year ago, that this stuff was going to happen the way it was going to happen. No, I didn't know they were going to release like 5 little, fucking trailers and then a big ass trailer at the beginning of the week. I'm not saying I predicted any of that. What I am saying is that I predicted, first of all, that the Paramount, Time Warner or whatever deal, like that shit was never guaranteed. Everybody was like, well, what is AEW going to do? What is WWE? Shut the fuck up. You don't know. You don't know what you're asking. You don't even know what you're talking about. What you don't understand is that there are actual grown-ups that deal with this stuff, right? There are actual grown-ups who make millions and billions off this shit. So if you think it's like always as simple as, hey, we're just going to monopolize everything, like this is AOL all over again. This is all this shit all over again. If you grew up in the 2000s and you were paying attention, you understand where we are as it relates to these sort of companies trying to integrate one another. So that's first of all. But second of all, they're saying they got a big thing tomorrow, a big surprise. We're talking possibly Iron Man 4 announcement. We're talking possibly the reveal of the next set of X-Men. We're talking possibly Adam Driver showing up in Magneto lore. We are talking Denzel Washington, who's been spotted with the Marvel higher-ups, getting into a car and getting out of the car into another vehicle, and all of that in hopes of keeping whatever secret that involves Denzel a secret. So aside from that, the figs got dropped. Oh my god, we gotta look at him, dude. Mr. Iguana looks fucking sick. I'm gonna get it. I'm telling you, I'm gonna get it. Penta, amazing. La Parka, dude. La Parka is getting his own fig. AAA has entered into a deal with Mattel, and this is going to be the first of probably some of the most iconic figs brought into the current times, right? Like there's Mil Mascaras figs out there, they're stuck like this, right? You get it from Mexico, but they're going to probably make like Blue Demon in full articulation. They're making Dennis Rodman in full articulation. You think I'm fucking joking? Well, what does this look like? Wait, none of these are Rodman. Okay, never mind. I don't have Rodman, but I do have this guy. So check this one out. This is the one that's not what I wanted. These are the Steiners in their Michigan shit. How crazy is that, dude? In their Michigan tights. Like, did they clear this with Michigan? Like, I don't know, dude. This is crazy. I love it. I probably won't get it Also, I don't remember him being so stupid that he didn't know he was wearing two different boots the whole time. Also, the orange doesn't go with any of the colors. So it makes me think Rick was the dumb one out of the two, which I think is something that we could all say is probably the case. This Will Ospreay, I have to get this Will Ospreay. This Will Ospreay, look, and I know I have the terrible picture of it, but it is so good, dude. With the hands and the multiple heads, headscapes. This is like a thing where like this is gonna be like a fucking like 10 times on your RI or ROI, return on investment. I'm telling you, it's gonna like 10 times it, like within the first 5 years, right? Like you can't predict. The fig market is very, very difficult to predict. But what I can tell you is that ultimately, little virgins like this, their dads go and buy all the shit and make it completely scarce. So I'm just kidding. I don't know who this kid is. Honestly, he might not even be a kid. He might just be like a virgin like me. And then here are the double stings. Dude, tell me you're not horned up for these, bro. Look at this. And look at the articulation. You could put him in any position. Pause. And at the end of the day, like, I can tell you these are going to definitely go up in price, like without a doubt. The MJF, who looks like he both shit his pants and also is like somehow like more Jewish. I don't even know how you could do that to MJF, but he's more Jewish than he was before this image. The Willow looks good. I don't think, oh, there she is. So there's her head right here, and there's the body in the back. The Willow looks pretty cool too. This is the new Raw set. And I am so mad that they put Netflix on it. But I love that they have like Mattel Creations, the Ultimate Editions, right? They have ringside collectibles because this is a ringside collectible shtick. Why is my mic keep falling? God damn. I keep going like, is it moving? Y'all tell me if it looks like it's moving. So then it's Ultimate Edition. So, and then it comes with a Paul Heyman, and he has the number ones to say, yeah, we're number one. These are the ones that I still can't understand what the fuck these are supposed to be. So I mean, obviously they're like Michael Myers. I'm assuming this is the Mummy. Why the Undertaker mummy is glow in the dark as opposed to the Kane, who is just a Michael Myers replacement. Also, why does Kane's version of Michael Myers have a full chest mask? Because like he's not all white, right? This isn't fucking Goldust's character in WCW that was invented to kidnap and molest kids. I think I have no idea. I don't remember, but I will tell you that other than that Dustin Rhodes gimmick, there's nothing about this that is accurate at all. First of all, Michael Myers only wore a mask that basically went down to his neck. Second of all, how do you make a chest plate mask, right? Because clearly it's not like a full bodysuit thing, which would be even weirder, but at the very least, I don't know. Either way, I don't know. It's a great attempt. Can we say that? Now, this is fucking fire. I need all of the older heads who remember motherfucking Repo Man to hit that fucking like. To hit that like. Not for me. Not for Infighting FX. Don't do it for me. Do it for the Repo Man. You know what I mean? I didn't mean it like the Repo Man. I meant Repo, comma, man. You know what I mean? Look at this shit. This shit is fucking fire, dude. And he looks exactly like he did, bro. And look, they got the like what's it called? Like actual material, right? Instead of it being like a plastic robe that you take on and off. Bro, the rope bends. Look, it's got an actual what's it called? A C hook? No, not a C hook. What's it called? Yeah, a C hook, right? The other ones are Q hooks. Whatever. But or is this the A hook? Whatever it is, but it's like actual looks like, you know what I mean? Like real deal shit. Like you would be repoing people's fucking cars with, dog. This is crazy. Also, John Cena looks like a dude who like graduated college like 20 years ago, but he still comes back to all the frat parties and he still like dresses like he's that age, right? Don't he look like that? He looked like a 40-year-old who's showing up to a frat party to try to like fuck an 18-year-old. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be a crude about it. I'm just telling y'all, like, this is fuckboy face. You know how I know? Because I used to attempt to be a fuckboy in my 18s and 19s. And so what I can tell you is this: being a fuckboy is lonely. It's cringe. It's pathetic mostly. It might be a little gay. I don't know. And I don't mean like gay, like lame. I mean like homosexual. But yes, there was a time where I thought, hey, I'm a loser. I don't have a house already in life. I don't have millions like I wanted to by the time I was 25 or 30 or whatever. And so then you have sex with women to feel like, hey, somebody loves me. Somebody, or not loves me. You think it's love. It's not. Somebody's validating me. Like I'm cool enough for her to spend 3 hours with. We're not having sex for 3 hours. It's like 10 minutes, but she's, too nice to leave. This mic is fucking me. Oh, God damn it. So anyway, I don't even know what the point I said of all that. I really don't. I don't know where I was going with that. Oh, the fuckboy thing. Yeah. It's an okay fig, and it kind of does look like him, but it's like his face splatted on a guy who goes to far too many college tailgates and asks, where's the after party? Cody Rhodes fig is just sick. I don't know what the fuck that. I think it's supposed to be authentic WWE ring canvas. So this is, I believe, from SummerSlam last year, and it's a cut piece of canvas that is being sold with the Cody Rhodes. This is what I'm understanding so far. I don't know if that's true or not fully, but all I do know is that if you zoom in, you see authentic WWE ring canvas, August 5th, 2023, SummerSlam in Detroit. So that's fucking fire. That's fucking fire, dude. That's so fire, right? Because, like, what is this? Like, let me see. He's 6 inches. So there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's like an inch and a half. It looks like maybe an inch and a quarter. And like, what's the ring? Like, 20 by 24, 15 by 15, 18, 16 by 16, 20. Okay, so then hold on. Let me do the math real quick. I'm terrible at math, but hold on. So if you had the SummerSlam ring, 24 by 20, and then you cut out 1.5 or one, let's say 1.5. It's probably easier for me to go by threes. So then 3, 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 10. Okay, so then every 10 is hold on. Every 10 is 300, no, 30, right? So every 10 is 30. And how many are in there? So it's 30, 60, 90, 120, 120. Fuck. So then we'll go 150. So 150, 300. So 300 and times 30. So 300 times 30. So it's like 9,000 pieces, I think you can cut. I might be way off. It might be like closer to like 20,000, maybe. I don't think it's 90. I don't think my math is that bad. But either way, that's pretty cool. They should do this shit, bro. Like, oh, I got comments. Let's see who's there. Oh, shout out to Bruce Gass in the building. And I don't think Alex is here, but so I feel bad talking about Alex while he's not here. I mean, not talking about him, but like using him as an example. But this is what I was going to say earlier. And this is one of the things that I wanted to make a show topic. Guys like Alex, and even Mex does this. And I'll talk about Mex off show because, that's my boy. And we've had all these conversations before. But like these guys, they confuse me so badly, right? Because they're like, oh, PlayStation's a piece of shit. They're taking away all the physical, copies. Everything's going digital. But who the fuck you think is doing that? Like, why the fuck you think that started to happen? Why do you think that college football, NCAA, went to micro transactions? Why do you think all that happened? Go and look who fucking brought those motherfuckers in 2K public. I'm telling y'all, the money trail is there. It's that the people that fucking said that they were fucking with this administration, their egos are too big, bro. Their pride is too big, bro. I'm telling you, and I'm not trying to be an idiot about it. I swear to God, I'm not. But when it comes down to it, it's because they didn't have sex with enough girls, or they didn't have friends, or nobody invited them to the party, or they're fucking stupid and getting bad grades in school. And at the end of the day, these are the people that try to tell us like how to live. Like Elon Musk makes all this money, but somehow that gives him an American experience. No, it fucking doesn't. You're just a retard. I'm sorry I used that word. I am. I just don't know what else to call you. But at the end of the day, all I'm saying is this. You process things and then you pick up on the data points. What are the data points? The data points is that WWE, TKO, and every single entity underneath them is at the same point that capitalism has gotten to. And that's how can we pull money from everybody? When I used to buy video games, I'm going to give my fucking age up. I don't give a fuck. I'm from the Nintendo era. I'm from the Super Nintendo era, the Sega era, where we had cartridges, right? And that was it. You got the game and that was it. They had cheat codes. You could run cheat codes and have unlimited lives, unlimited ammo, whatever the fuck, right? I remember this video game I would play called, I think it was True Lies. It was a video game based on a movie that Arnold Schwarzenegger starred in. It was basically like a terrible version of Die Hard, right? Loved the video game. Absolutely loved it. Learned the cheat codes, right? I actually saw Dan Sauter talking about this the other day. You learn the cheat codes, and guess what? Then you just run by the game. Super Mario, Sonic, all of them. You learn the cheat code, and then guess what happens after that? Guess what happens? You learn, hey, the game's not really that much fun if I got everything, and that's an important lesson in life. You know, Dan Sauter said that, and he's right. That's an important lesson in life. So we're losing these lessons, bros. We're losing these lessons. This is our community, y'all and me, bro. We should be playing video games together. I should be able to send somebody the disc for WWE 2K26 and say, bro, you play it and tell me what you think, right? And you know what happens when that happens? Yeah, how many of y'all are old enough to remember Blockbuster and video games like that? How many of y'all are old enough to remember that? You know what happens when you borrow somebody's game? In your head, you're like, fuck, I got to give it back. So you play it, and then you got to give it back to Blockbuster or to your homeboy, in school or whatever, or at work. And then guess what happens? You want to buy that shit now. You want to play it. You know what I mean? Like, we're the people that are putting our hearts and soul and our money into it. They're the people who keep trying to microtransaction. So now you don't get the game for WWE 2K6, right? Now you don't get the figs are up by probably like 20, no, probably about like 2 times the amount. No, maybe that's a little too much. Maybe like 1.5 times the amount that they were like 5 years ago. And inflation, all of that is very, very accurate, except for when it comes to making plastic toys, right? You look at Lego, and I'm not trying to turn this into something. We're watching SmackDown. I know I'm not getting political. I'm not getting capitalistic. I promise you. However, I do want to make y'all understand that Legos cost pennies on the dollar to make. You understand they're plastic pieces and like fairly cheap paint or stickers or whatever, right? And you go to Target, you go to HEB, you go to Walmart, and you look at these toys, right? And they're like $100 for this like little birdhouse. And you're like, who are these for? And don't get me wrong, I know like my niece had her boyfriend buy her a set of flowers once, you know what I mean? Like, and that's what like kids do. They use Legos now instead of like flowers, chocolate, cars, right? The shit that when we were younger and stuff. But like, they're just trying to milk money. You know what I mean? Like, they're just trying to make their IPO like that much more higher and bigger. And WWE is the biggest example of that because they're doing it at every end, whether it's merch, whether it's figs, whether it's games, right? So how the fuck are you mad at PlayStation for what they're doing, right? Or 2K for what they're doing, or EA Sports for what they did, right? With the NFL franchise, right? Listen to me, when I had the PlayStation and the Xbox, when I had them growing up, bro, we had different developers making different sports games. You had a baseball game being made by these people, a baseball game made by these people, and then football would make one, and then another. Y'all remember 2K used to make football games? Do y'all not remember that? Do y'all remember All-Star Baseball? Do y'all remember all the? So what I'm saying is, we went from as kids loving these things and having them be social parameters for us, right? Some of my most favorite moments growing up as a kid is being 13 years old, staying up 3-4 in the morning with my cousin who's spending the night, my little brother who's here, my other little cousin that hangs out with him there, and all 4 of us trying to get through fucking Royal Rumble, or all of us running a dynasty on Madden or on NCAA, right? Or all of us trying to recruit, like playing like NCAA baseball, and then going to like play the MLB version of the game because you could take those players with you. So like everybody's mad at PlayStation, right? Everybody's mad that they're not having these things, but nobody fucking knows who is the entity doing this. And it's all the same shit, bro. I'm sorry if you don't understand it. I mean, watch long enough and I'll explain it to you. But Jared Kushner took those motherfuckers public. You understand that, right? And the very next year, the microtransactions started. Okay. And NCAA football would have existed so much different. But you know what happened? A bunch of fucking renegade motherfuckers, streamers, just like me, went out there and said they were going to make a difference. And EA Sports was forced to fucking saddle up. They were put in that spot by the fans. Bro, that's what I'm saying is we can't do that as WWE fans because none of us, we don't understand. It's not that we don't understand each other. It's that, man, honestly, I don't know. I just think that they like the taste of the WWE dick. I really have no other clue what it is because it's like, how can you shit on PlayStation and then defend what WWE does, right? Like they made their own hardware shit. It doesn't matter, right? You used to be able to buy DVDs and own them. That's not the way it is anymore. You got to rent them. Everything's renting. You don't own nothing, right? And this is exactly what these people like. See, it was like this fight that it would happen all the time with me everywhere. And oh, you hate capital. And no, I don't. I love corporation. Capitalism sucks though. It'll eventually suck. And this is the fucking thing. Microtransactions. Bro, WWE 2K26, bro. WWE 2K26. All the other games in the past, you could play the game, you could get better and better. And then it's like, oh, you want to use your points to buy Bret Hart glasses? You want the Rikishi fucking thing, or you want the Yokozuna diaper? What you want? Go ahead and get it. Now you can't even play the game to get better to buy that shit. It's all fucking money. That's it. That's all they want. They're trying to see how can we make money off the shit that used to be free. See, because I'm an old school WWE video game guy. WCW video game guy. See, that's where I'm from. And I know how much funner it was back then than it is today. Bro, y'all know that when we were kids, people would make different versions of the guys. Like there was a Haku. There was a guy, he's an artist, right? On video games, and he would make Haku. He made like every version of The Rock, including Rocky Maivia. And like 9 times out of 10, these artists were making better renditions than the fucking actual people that worked on the game. And you could use any fucking person, you could go platform to platform, PC, Xbox, fucking PlayStation, didn't fucking matter. And now what happened? Y'all want me to tell y'all what happened? Y'all want me to tell y'all what that fucking meeting was like? I'm going to tell y'all what that meeting was like. This is what they said. Yo, them people having too much fun for free. What did we do? Oh my God. Put that shit behind a paywall now. That's what happened. That's why they said it. They said we were having too much fun. We were getting to know each other way too much. They were showing all this shit for free, and now we got to pay for it. So I said, fuck that. Fuck that. Eat a fucking dick. Because what's next, bro? Are we going to have to pay $10 every time we turn on our fucking consoles? We're going to have to pay $1.99 anytime I want to run WWE 2K or Madden or NCAA? Fuck that. Fuck that, and fuck you if you're cool with that. I swear to God, it's crash out time on that shit. Because if NCAA could do it, why can't we do it? There's way more WWE fans worldwide than there are fucking NCAA fans worldwide. Way more. It's not even close, right? But why is NCAA like that? Because you look at the dudes who play it, right? You look at the dudes who play it, and they give this like idea of who they are. And that clout counts for more than what I do. It counts for more than what fucking Denise does or Wrestle Talk or What Culture, any of them. And I'm not saying they're not badass. They're badass. They deserve it. But at the end of the day, don't have the clout to do what these other guys did for NCAA. That's all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say is the 2 nights are going to become 3 nights. And instead of it being SummerSlam and WrestleMania, Mex said it. And shout out to Mex. He said, oh, fuck yes. MVP baseball, bro. Mex, that was the fucking shit. MVP baseball and All-Star. You could just flick the wrist. You could just flick it like that, right? I mean, you could still do that with the show, but you got to turn that mode on. And let's be honest, that mode's for bitches. No, I'm just kidding. No, if you have a kid and stuff, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, some people don't. Some people love playing video games. They don't have the time because they're like hard workers and they're great dads. Like, I'm not going to hold it against them. Like, you want to play with the bumpers on, go ahead, champ. I ain't got a kid, so I could fuck around. You ain't got a kid, so you got a hard hour or a hard 90 minutes. You don't want to waste, an hour, 20 minutes of the 90 minutes. Or wait, that's the same thing. You don't want to waste the first 90 minutes of your hour, 20-minute sesh learning to play the game, right? Or learning to get better at the new ways that it works. MVP baseball was the shit. Shout out to Mex and Matt. Matt says, champ. Manny Ramirez was a beast in that game. He was on the cover, wasn't he, Mex? He was on the cover, I think. Yes. God, that was such a great game. I would do anything to play it. My cousin, I'm not going to say the name, but if you're a community member of this show, then you know which cousin I'm talking about. He downloaded a simulator and it has MVP on it. It has every 64 game, every PlayStation 1 and 2 game, I think, including Fight Night, every Super Nintendo. I played George Foreman and Evander Holyfield's video games from the Sega and Super Nintendo era. Bro, them things were fucking fire. When you had to actually link up to get a Madden tournament going. Exactly, bro. And this is what I'm saying. This is what they want. They want us to spend money and then grow less apart. They want that clavicular Peter Thiel, JD Vance type of fucking mentality where it's like, y'all separate, and y'all consume separated so we could all be separated, right? So that you have to pay for that sort of like social characteristics, right? You can't go online in PlayStation and just fucking hop on the game. I don't know how many of y'all still game or not. I don't know how many y'all or how old y'all are. So this might sound crazy to you, but for the rest of us, this is just what it is. And this is what it's been. If you jump on that video game, you got to pay to be online, champ. And even now with Grand Theft Auto, listen, I don't mean to go on this whole fucking rant. I really, really don't. But it's just this. It's capitalism, bro. It doesn't work after a certain point, right? And I believe in it. I don't think that we should be anything other than a capitalist first country. As it relates to corporation, that's exactly how we go through. Because when it comes to capitalism, all that it ends up being is how much can we squeeze out of what we've already had, right? So back in the day, you got cable and then you'd have HBO with it and Showtime and blah, blah. And now what is it? Now you get cable. You still got to get Max. You still got to get Paramount Plus. You still got to get some of these other shits, right? Because they don't have it all on demand sometimes. Playback don't work the way it used to. Back in the day, if you watched a movie on Saturday on HBO, if you missed that shit, if you were at a wedding or a quince on Saturday, well, they're going to replay it on Tuesday. Shit don't work like that no more. Now you got to have the stream. You got to have HBO Max. If you're going to miss fucking, what's it called? Game of Thrones or something on Sunday, right? Now you got it all the way back. So it's like, what did we really do other than break up the economy of all these things as it relates to video games, as it relates to consuming entertainment, right? Even San Diego Comic-Con is a big fucking joke. It's a fucking rug pull. Bro, they used to have fucking South by Southwest. Let me tell y'all guys, when I was a college kid, if I had some tickets to South by Southwest because my dad had a vendor that gave it to him, bro, if I asked a girl, that was it. That was my fucking whole weekend. And I'm not saying like, oh, it was like a situation where like, hey, you're going to sleep with. No, not at all. It was like, hey, who am I going to take? It was like that. It was this special thing where you knew you were only going to get that moment, right? And now they turn Burning Man into fucking Toys R Us. Like, it's crazy. I'm just saying, like, it's not something that if we keep going down this way, bro, we're done. We're cooked. They're gonna make us pay for just plugging in the video game, bro. I'm telling y'all. Hey, Mari, did you see some of the exclusive club WWE clips are being posted on TikTok anyway? I did not. Can you I'll look at it. It's all about microtransactions in gaming now. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're not wrong at all. But guess what happened? NCAA fans, NCAA streamers said, no, enough is enough. We're standing up right here, 10 toes down. What are you going to do? We ain't buying shit. And they said, oh, fuck. These motherfuckers already stopped buying Madden. These motherfuckers already started to decrease the overall value of what Madden as a franchise is worth. Not that it's still, NCAA became one of the biggest, it became the biggest selling game after it came back. I don't know how many of y'all know this. I watched Paulo Torres. Actually, that was the podcast where homeboy was on, Dan Sauter. I'm not that he's my homeboy, but Dan Sauter was on that one, and he said it himself. He had said that when NCAA put out that retraction, or when they put out that thing, like they were just like trying to get the temp, bro, because they knew people were pissed, and they said to themselves, "Fuck, these guys don't give a fuck about Madden no more." They started giving that shit away. I don't know if y'all remember, that shit was like $20 like a month after that shit went on sale, because nobody was buying it, bro. And so then during the pandemic days, this is what Dan said. I never seen this. I saw PlayStation 3s going for crazy money. And I know that because I had one and I was looking at that. But those old school games like NCAA during the pandemic were going for like $2-3 bills, bro. No joke, $2-3 bills, because people wanted to play it so bad and they were home and it was like nostalgia. Okay, here we go. CM Punk and Cody Rhodes. Let me rewind it just a bit here. I like how they might have turned the accidental belt poke into something. Yeah, he was on the cover. Hell yeah. Shout out to Conan and Disco. I got WWE 2K26 for free. The King of Kings edition. Shout them out. What's the name of the podcast? I forget. Fuck. God damn it, I don't remember. But either way, shout out to Conan, bro. Big week for him. And I'll show you why. There's the Triple H one. Dude, look at the size of this nose, bro. That was weird that I said, look at the size, and then it went straight to his crotch. Look at the size of that nose. He can't be happy about that. Like, he looks like they put his real life nose and they said, hey, just stick a thing of clay right on the tip of it, right? He looked like Triple H with the nose of Jim from The Office. This is the other one I wanted to show y'all. They're making Waylon Mercy. It's a retro coming. It's from Regime, so it's not WWE or anything. This is crazy, because I don't know if y'all know this. Danny Spivey, he was like this character for like 3-4 months, maybe 6 months total, but like he only had like 3 or 4 wrestling matches on TV. And they're making him. And I remember being a kid and he debuted, and my dad, I mean, I didn't know what a serial killer was. And my dad's like, hey, that's just supposed to be Wayne Gacy. And he's like, hey, he's got the tattoo like Manson. And he's like, hey, he's got this like whoever, whatever. And so like I didn't realize this guy was just like a combination of a bunch of serial killers as a gimmick. This is interesting. So they made a fig of the 4th time that Mick Foley got CTE. And so that's pretty interesting, I think. Let me see, what else do we got here? Now look at this Dragon Lee, and tell me, after we've seen all the other figs, that anybody gave a shit about this thing. I mean, it looks so fucking fake. And I get it, they're toys, but then you make one like this and you say, oh, they could have done way better. This looks like the actual fucking guy. And he's got the plush, forget what the lizard's name is, or iguana. What's the iguana's name? Mrs. Shelley, something like that. Keeping it 100 with Conan and Disco. Hell yeah, keeping it 100. Champ. Shout out to them. Shout out to Mex. Mario, when did you try your first penis? Why did I read that? Why did I read that? In fact, I saw the word penis before I finished it, but I thought maybe it would make more sense. I've never had I guess my own. I don't know. I can't. I mean, the first penis memory I have, let me tell y'all, I was about 4 years old, or 3 maybe. No, I was about 3 or 4. Yeah, I was about 3 or 4. I wasn't big enough to use the adult urinals, but because all of my uncles and cousins that were older did it, I was like, nah, I got to use a fucking men's urinal. So remember how they had like the men's, and at the very end they had the kids? Yeah, of course my dad didn't, wait for those so that we could go side by side. He goes, go use that one. And I was like, fuck, next to some fucking dude. No, he wasn't. No, there's no one there. So I go to the kid urinal. This is my first penis memory. And remember, Mex asked about this, so I don't want to hear shit about this. And so I'm using the urinal, and I'm almost positive I'm using it right. I haven't started peeing, but I'm out, and I'm like, okay, if I let this fly, we're good. We're good. I ain't getting nowhere but where I'm supposed to get. So I let go, and then all of a sudden, this big old hairy white dude just saddles up right next to me. And I remember my first feeling was like, damn, I made it, dude. I'm a big boy now. I was like, again, I was between like 3 and 5. I remember feeling really, really great. And then I turned to my left and I saw probably the thickest penis any 3-year-old. Well, I shouldn't say it that way. Let's say it this way. The most thickest incidental penis that a under 5-year-old has ever seen. That was scarring. I'm not going to lie. I remember thinking, wait, that's not what mine looks like. Sleepwalk his ass. Yeah, you did. I figured out my formula. I've figured out my new not B formula. Wait. I think a new formula is what you're trying to say. Yo, that whole time was Punk getting into the ring. That was crazy. Yeah, so this is Jessica. Is that what her name was? Jessica? And then he's got all this shit with him. But that's pretty cool, right? Oh. That's pretty cool, I think. There was a lot of shit though that I haven't pulled up yet that I was gonna pull up later. Let's see. Where are we? Where are we? My eyes, what do you see? A cult of personality. Fart, fart, fart. Oh yeah, here it is. This is the last one I was gonna show y'all. I said shout out. He said shout out to Conan, and I said he's having a big week, and that is because of this. The AAA Mattel deal will bring us the Rubber Guys, a Rey Mysterio, a Penta, and a Mystery Iguana. But the first of the Elite collections will be saved for the Legend series, I think. Well, Lady Flamer's there, so who knows? What did he say last time? He said Flamer or some shit like that. That was hilarious. But La Parka and then old school jacked ass Conan. This is like ECW Conan. You know what I mean? This is before the but anyway, yeah, this is sick. I love this. I don't know why he keeps doing that. But anyway, so they got the figs released to San Diego Comic-Con. And now all they got to do is pull this bad boy off. We got Cody and Punk in the ring right now. Let's go ahead and listen in and see if we can figure out which one of them is going to be turning heel at SummerSlam or after SummerSlam. It can't be none of them. It has to be one of them. And my money right now is actually on CM Punk. I think he's too tapped in to wrestling and the community of the IWC to not realize that he's not being portrayed as a face, right? And it's not that like he's not a good guy and he's not over. It's more like, does the story work for him? Does it actually make sense? And I think that becoming Hogan, becoming the thing that you always said and that you hated, that's a pretty good way to get him to turn heel. And I think a heel Punk is something we haven't really seen in a long time. And you could go back to AEW and what he did there. And I still don't think that is an accurate representation of Punk's most heelish persona. God, I am sweating like a motherfucker. This like shirt's so heavy, dude. The fucking personality. The cult of personality. Okay, so he accidentally took the mic back, but he's saying that was an accident. And now Punk dropped his belt. He's taking off his jacket. Oh, and he is all horned up. You should see him. Oh man, he's growing. He's making a tent in those jeans. He's got a denim tent cooking. Yo, what shoes is CM Punk wearing? What are those? Literally. Yo, those look like orthopedics. Those look like shoes you buy off the TikTok shop to make you look taller. I almost bought them. But I said, oh, you know what? I'm 5'6" and my dick is still bigger than yours. So eat dick. Yeah, let's stop. He's trying to call him paranoid. I love this because Punk could literally set him up to be like, yo, you're being paranoid, bro. You're the bad guy because you're making it seem like I'm trying to be a bad guy and you're like refusing to understand, refusing to keep your chill. And that could be Punk just setting Cody up for the finish or for the turn. I like how Cody's trying to pretend like Roman Reigns didn't just take the heavyweight title and make it the number one. This feels more heelish from Punk, I'll be honest. Yes, he's right. Did y'all hear what he just said? He said, we've had a lot of these moments. This goes back to what I was saying from the very beginning. There is a sense of, excuse me, there's a sense of, there's a Mandela effect to this match. And I heard somebody's podcast partner saying this the other day. I don't remember. Oh, Stevie Richards' podcast partner. I forget his name, but shout out to him. He said that he had this moment, right? This Nelson Mandela effect moment where he thought we'd already seen this match. And I get that because we've seen this a lot, this tease for it. And they do that where they're like, oh, we're just setting up an Easter egg. Do you not understand how Easter eggs work? You don't just throw them out there and then in a year decide which ones were worth using. Like, it's ridiculous. This idea that Punk said, you never know when something will fall out of your lap. That just sounds like you wanted to bring Punk back to give him a title and didn't understand or know or care when that was going to happen. Now, maybe they did understand it was going to happen at Chicago, but all I know is that the way they've gone about it is like, hey, we got to get the title on these specific guys if we want this well-oiled machine to continue to run. And I think that at this point, we have the data points to support it if you've watched enough of Netflix's Unreal. Look, I don't know how real Unreal is, right? Netflix. My cousin Adam the other day made a joke saying they probably got another board off camera that's like has Meltzer's name on it and Netflix Unreal and all these places where they have these like super kayfabe storylines that we all think is real, right? Punk mad about AJ losing, like that's probably bullshit, right? Triple H saying that that Cena's run, his retirement run was a success. Now you could argue that for sure from a monetary standpoint, right? But he's saying it like an all-out success, like character-wise, story-wise. And I'm sorry, that's just absolutely not true. And it makes me think that Triple H actually doesn't have the ability to tell stories fundamentally like fine arts major might have, or like a script writer in Hollywood. Rather, he has this understanding of storytelling as it relates to the traditions of wrestling, though we've established for a long time now that they abandoned those traditions long ago. The vast majority of the bookings came at the whim of Vince McMahon and based on the parameters for which he is biased. Are you tall? Are you big? Can I name a dildo after you and have sex with my girlfriend? Like all those things that he really, really cared about for whatever reason. Those things were hammered home. Okay, so now here we are with two guys that don't fit the Vince McMahon model, right? But still going through the same fucking thing. So it makes me wonder, is Triple H good at storytelling, or is he better at a mode of wrestling storytelling that no longer is prevalent in today's market? That's the only way I could see him thinking that that run was a success. Yeah, but he said he casts a big shadow, but he also casts a lot of spots on his 5 o'clock shadow. He needs testosterone. Brother's got a hug. Mario, are you going to be live tomorrow? Yeah, of course, dude. Why are you even ask that question? You fucking know we are. All right. I'm going live for AJ. Then I'm going live for Spence. Maybe I'll link up with Mex and Matt. I don't know if they're actually going to be doing like a live, like sitting down, or if they're going to just be live watching the fights together, which obviously that would be way harder for me to, you know. But if they want me to try, I'll try. Oh shit. Oh shit. He brought up AEW kind of. What's Punk's nickname? Is it Second City Saint or is that a Chicago nickname? What? We fucking did this storyline. This was the Sammy storyline. He's already proved he could do that. What are we talking about here? Why are we getting this? Why is Punk like Punk? Are you not watching the product when you're in the back? Because this has literally been like the third time they ran this story with Cody. Didn't Kevin Owens have that story? Exact story? Like, dude, you're not a vicious enough guy to do this. Didn't him and Randy have that same story? Didn't him and Drew basically run that same? God damn, this is just a run bet right here. They just rerun in everything. So they're running tag team matches on the house shows. I don't understand why they do that. Could Punk like actually lose this match? I don't think he can. I really don't. To say that, hey, Punk, we admired you coming back and we're not going to pretend you're not a huge asset, but you're not as big as Roman Reigns. You never were, you never will be. Everyone can accept that, right? We can all, I think Punk is smart enough and doesn't have a big enough ego to like not accept that, maybe not cold hard fact, right? But a truth that most of us understand. Oh, he called him Dusty's kid, but he's already done that a bunch of times. Okay, Cody's got to stop doing this where the segment ends and he's like, no, we're not done. I get the last word. That was all right. It wasn't great though. Charlotte actually looks super fire though. I'm not gonna lie. That was so lame, dude. That's so lame. Like what? What? Then don't say it. Don't say like this is what bothers me. It's like, oh my god, like you didn't have to say that. Like you couldn't say bitch, right? Because that's the rest of that comment. I'm not calling anybody a bitch. That's the rest of that saying, right? You know, what did she say? Something's a bitch. What was it? I'm high. Life's a bitch. Is that what she said? Payback's a bitch. Is that what she said? I don't remember. Whatever the fuck she said. But the last word was supposed to be bitch. And then you're like, and payback's a, you know the rest. Like, yes, so do you. You should have said it or not said it. Like, you know the rest. So you knew you weren't going to be able to say it. And then you had this lame, like, censored moment. I feel like people don't know how to get over these days. I really don't. I feel like, you know what? And I'm going to say something that's going to be super controversial. Hold on, let me smoke the rest of this. Ooh, white people are going to get mad at me. But I'm white, so don't get mad. I'm just being honest. So here's the thing, right? Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Hulk Hogan, X-Pac, and you could argue Road Dogg, Billy Gunn, Triple H. At some point in their lives, right, in their careers in WWE, specifically at a point when they were on the rise or they were like over, began to use like urban. They demonstrated urban aspects to their gimmick, right? I guess one example I could just pull is the NWO would use like, you know, oh, it's the dizzle, swizzle, lizzle. Like, you remember that? That was cringe. But at the end of the day, it was like a big thing, right? So there was this interview where Kevin Nash was talking about how Hogan doing the NWO originally was tough because Hogan was like old school, like, you know, oh, this is it, brother. Like, you know, he's cutting old school promos. But Kevin Nash and Scott Hall were like, dude, this is something new, bro. Like, this is something that we're doing that's like cutting edge. Like, brand new, never been done. We're not going to do that shtick you got, right? So they started like kind of taking over, and then they would like say certain things, and they would cut it black and white. Y'all remember them? Those fucking video vignettes for the NWO were fire, fire. Okay, and so then when you have this thing where you have these guys who are super cool and over on TV, but in real life, they're like nerds and losers. And I'm not saying I know who the nerds and the losers are. Not at all. Not at all. I don't like, I'm not going to pretend like I've ever hung out with these guys. I don't know. They're WWE guys, but this is what I know. I did play sports. You know, not the highest level in the world, but I, you know, made my college team as a walk-on. I had scholarships for several JUCOs coming out of high school. And I even made, you know, an adult league team that was a tryout only. And I know that, when you're really good at sports, when you're like really good at like football or soccer or baseball or tennis, most of the time you're kind of a big geek. And I don't mean like you're a loser, like you don't get girls or anything like that. Nothing like that. What I mean is like you're sheltered. You have like zero interest outside of that thing you do, right? And you're like, you like your own things. Like you're just like very, I don't know, it's like you're like this protected kid kind of, right? A friend of mine who was drafted to a professional team, not going to say who it is, once told me that he was very jealous of me. I couldn't understand it. This is a guy who I would give probably both my nuts and just be a flaccid penis to play half as well as he did at the sport that he played. And yet he's telling me like he was jealous of me, or not just me, like me specifically, but like our group, right? Which he was a part of. He just was so much better a player than the rest of us at what we played. He was constantly like being flown to places. He was constantly like taken into these like, you know, select, you know, games and stuff like that, showcases and things. And he said, yeah, dude, listen, it's crazy and it's great. And I'm getting a lot of opportunity, but like, you don't know what it's like to see y'all have these inside jokes, or like to know that y'all are like at the tournament or at y'all's game out of town or wherever y'all are at, like having fun still. It's not super all about the sport in question. And I remember that shit hit me hard. I was like, fuck, he's right. And we would actually, it's funny, Mex even brought up MVP. We would bring the console and bring MVP because we hadn't had a baseball game in a while at that point. And so we're playing that shit, right? And I remember we all went to go get ice. Yeah, like we needed ice for the one person that had enough money to get a drink and go to the vending. But really, we wanted to go see the volleyball girls across the way. And so we went to go see the volleyball girls, and they mooned us, right? Which was, I mean, pretty great. I'm not going to lie. And so then a few of the guys mooned them back, right? And like by the time the story, you know, everybody told their version of the story, which was probably mostly a lie. I was probably like one of the only ones that didn't say I slept with any of them or like made out or something like that. Like they all probably lied about that. But I said, he was like, dude, I heard that story about y'all and y'all are in the tournament and y'all did this and blah, blah. And so said this. And then y'all, you know, started doing pranks on the girls, and the girls started doing pranks. And then like, he's like, dude, like, you know what I was doing? And then he starts to tell me the story about the scouts that he had met with and certain other very high profile future pros of this sport as well. And, you know, it was a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress. The game gets less fun as it gets more serious, you know, no matter what game you play. So all I know is that at the end of the day, there's a part of me that understands that at that top tippity top level, shit ain't gravy, dude. Not at all. Fury 7th round stoppage win. I saw the the thing online or the clips online, but I didn't see this sort of like they're saying that he was like giving an interview about being at Joshua's spot. Like, I didn't see none of that. I'll try to go find it later, but yeah, that was crazy to me. Um, oh, shout out to Alex. I was talking about you earlier, Alex. We were talking about the video game stuff. I was saying how, you were so upset with you were so upset with the Sony decision, right, for PlayStation to get away from the hard copies. Um and we had that conversation. I learned a lot from you that day. But I didn't understand what I didn't understand at the time. And that is um you know, like where do you fall as far like WWE doing these things and that they've done, right? Like making certain things unavailable with XP, right? Like killing the community, the creative, the creator community and the artists that were literally connecting us via PC, PlayStation, Xbox. Like, I wondered how you rectify that because I've never heard you even complain about WWE's role in that, and it's fucking bullshit. And the whole reason this came up, Alex, was because of the NCAA thing, which I'm sure you've seen, and I think you've even brought up, and even that goes to the point of like their microtransaction bullshit, and how the community rallied to get together to stop NCAA from doing this. Like, I don't think that we as WWE fans, specifically video game fans that are wrestling fans, right? Because a lot of people that are fans of WWE 2K, they don't even really watch wrestling, right? Like they don't. And a lot of us that watch wrestling don't necessarily play the. I mean, I know plenty of dudes that are like just as big of virgins as I am, and they don't have any fucking video games or haven't played since like the Nitro era. By the Myers or Mia Khalifa in their primes? Neither. Why is I mean, I guess Mia Khalifa, but when you say prime, I don't know what you mean because she was like way prettier before she got porned up. Like if you see the video, like pictures of her when she was like in college, or I guess like just coming into college before I don't know how old she was when she started, but I mean, she had to be over 18. But like if you see those pictures of her before she got like all that work done, dude, she was really, really pretty. People I hate this week: Pat Riley, Bill Haney, Boxing Reddit. Well, boxing Reddit's not something to hate. Boxing Reddit is something to respect. It's something to what's the word? You don't get boxing Reddit. Boxing Reddit gets you. That's the way that it works, right? Like I've been a member of boxing Facebook, boxing Twitter. As the boxing IG community is really more of like it's like a more like they do everything. Like you talk about MMA, you talk about everything, or at least the guys at the top do. Um, and I can tell you that like it's a situation for me where Reddit has been absolutely the worst thing, like the worst tool at that point. And then it's also been like, holy shit, I would be super lost without that community. Damn, this card fell the fuck apart. Fulton fight is off. He's 6 pounds over. Oh, he didn't even try. Mech sent me this thing in the chat. Now I want to make it very clear. I do not typically and would never typically talk about anything that goes on between texts. I think that people that do that are like, honestly, they're either completely thoughtless or they're just like pieces of shit. Maybe both. Who knows? But I would never say, but I do want to say this because this is prevalent. He shared this thing. Oh, you know what? I'll leave out the joke. He shared this video of a fighter who hasn't had the best career in the last few years. This guy was a top ranked guy for a while. Anyway, he was streaming on on Kick, and he said that he was about to be on the Conor Ben Ryan Garcia undercard before kicking game and telling us that when you have such a big fight like that, there's not enough money for guys on the undercard, especially big guys like him. And so I say all that to say that um, it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder why Fulton gave 6 pounds of no fucks. Like he gave the amount of zero fucks he gave it equals 6 pounds. And so and that's a lot of zero fucks given. And so why would that be the case? I don't know. I'm not saying it, but if you understand what I'm saying, then I'm saying it. If you ever speak to Bill, wouldn't you hate him? He's one of the realest men in the game. Wait, if you ever speak to Bill, you wouldn't hate him. He's one of the realest men in the game. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. Bill, listen, I have not spoken with Bill Haney in like 5 years, maybe 4 years. Since I finished with the TBV in like 2023, but we hadn't interviewed him like at that point, I think. So it was like sometime in 2022. It's the last time I ever spoke to Bill Haney. I can tell you this in my place as a content creator and trying to or networking with many more people inside of boxing and outside of that bubble, but inside the entertainment industry, I can tell you that people really do respect Bill Haney. There is an absolute admiration for people that actually know him, right? Obviously, there are plenty of people online that hate him, that have never met him in the world. Probably wouldn't even recognize him if they met him in real life. But yeah, he's a real motherfucker. That's not to say that I took Alex's point as I was pretty sure he was joking, or not joking, but like, good point. I had to pay an arm and a leg to convert my global warming pay-per-view to DVD. Yeah. Exactly. Yo, and it's like this whole thing where like what are we buying now? Like what do we buy? Remember back in the day, right? And this is why like I never felt like we could ever really bring manufacturing back the way that like would be nice to have it back, right? It's not that I never wanted that to happen. It's that I didn't think it could happen because we've reached a place in this current era of capitalism where they don't sell anything. There's no virtual product that you handle, right? Everything is conceptualized or literally in the cloud. Wait, did she lose? What the fuck happened? Wait, but did she win or did she lose? Oh, they were still wrestling. Dude, this is going to be embarrassing if Nia loses, even though they had the distraction. Why would Nia even give a shit? I'm challenging everyone to IQ tests on air. Hashtag take the test. Listen to me. I'm going to tell you right now, never going to do it with, well, no, I wouldn't say never. I would do it for content for sure, but I would never do it with the assumption that I'm going to win because Mex is a master trapper and he paints words. He uses words to paint. Like, okay, you know how like in the movies or in like comic books or in like cartoons where you're out in like the forest and they dig a hole and then they put like a bunch of grass and like leaves and shit and it's like there and then they step on it and it goes. That's what Mex does with words. So yeah, but I would do it just to do it. And here's the thing, I'd still win because I'd predict he'd win. And then when he'd won, I'd look like a genius. Then if I did win, it would be like, holy shit, he's even smarter than he knows. And everybody's like, fuck, he knows everything. He was 6 pounds over the renegotiated weight of 133. Yo, I forgot about that. Emphasis on this week. Salty, he didn't choose Zuffa. Yeah, no. Exactly. I knew we were going with this. It does make the DAZN Zuffa. You see, and this is exactly what I'm saying. This is the whole point. Man, I wish Alex was here earlier. I just didn't want to have the conversation because you weren't here and you couldn't, have a back and forth, so I didn't want to get into it. So I went into my own tangent on stuff. But this is really what I wanted to talk about, because I don't get this thing anymore. I really don't. I don't get this, because the people that wanted Zuffa to win were the people that don't like boxing in its current state, which I totally understand, totally vibe with. Boxing's been broken for a very long time. My time in the sport, all I've ever done is get weekly confirmations of just how manipulative this sport can be at the very top. So I get that, but then it's like the Sony debates, it's like the microtrans, it's all of it. It's like exploiting something with the narrative that you are just doing business. And this is what, let me explain that. So it's like this. I get being on Zuffa's side and wanting the abilities of Devin Haney on the side that you prefer. However, if the idea of boxing being saved or better than it was, or had been up to now, then the idea should be going back to HBO Showtime type of shit. Not the big split like that. I mean, obviously that's what would happen, but this idea that what's the word? Like people competing makes the economy stronger, right? It makes that economy stronger, right? Competition breeds, like that's what capitalism is for, right? That's why monopolies are a terrible thing, because ultimately when you have someone control everything, then at some point the value of it tapers to the point where you're getting like a lesser version of the product, right? That happens every time somebody's IPO is purchased, or sometime, or when they're brought to public, right? That's just the nature of the business. It's not like an arguable point. It's not like it's like can be good, it can be bad, but it is a thing. Isn't it better for these guys to basically split the market? Is it not better to go through capitalism, or not capitalism, I'm sorry, go through the competition of this whole thing and allow the last man standing? Is that not what capitalism ultimately incorporate? Like, isn't that not what the nature of this is? Like the idea that Devin goes somewhere, Shakur goes somewhere, is the same idea of boxing. So here's Zuffa on their route to try to be the premier, right? Ultimately dividing the sport even further. But this DAZN Zuffa battle helps to stifle that. So instead of 5 different promoters with 5 different networks spread out amongst the division and the chaos and the sides that form, I mean, it's like literally Game of Thrones as it relates to boxing network and broadcasting. Okay. And so for us to have a very tangible split between these two entities will a competition will thrive the best product available. I have to believe that it will spark the best, because let me tell you right now, I've watched wrestling for a very long time. There are very few moments in history that even match the energy, the excitement, the unpredictability that was the Monday Night Wars. And these two companies put it all on the line night after night, because they knew this was not just for entertain, this was for survival. Only one could go on. You can't have 2 number ones. Seth Rollins, which is a topic for later, by the way, and why I still think he should go to AEW. But the point I'm making is you can have your sides, not arguing that, not debating that. That's fine, right? You can have your bias for whatever reason you want them to be. But can we at least admit, or not admit, can we at least come to a place together where we can say that DAZN putting everyone under that umbrella and making this a DAZN versus Zuffa Paramount thing allows the fans the best opportunity at getting their money worth their bang. Am I saying this right? I feel like, okay, so I've missed a lot of chats here. Huge side effect of peptides is hormonal imbalance, folks. Hashtag the more you know. Yes, I've learned that recently, and I'm glad I did. Cody should only turn heel if the final boss is present. Agreed. We actually talked about it earlier, Alex, and I was saying how it just makes more sense for Punk at this point. I think, look, whether you believe Punk is becoming Hulk Hogan or whether you believe that narrative is so overblown, it doesn't matter. If you read the room, you realize that the majority of fans believe that he is becoming the thing that he used to rally against. Punk is too much of an authentic wrestling guy to not understand the, first of all, IWC community, and second of all, having a finger or a thumb on the pulse of where the universe is headed, where the fans see things going, where they expect things going, and how he can shake those up. Because I think ultimately that's what he wants, right? He's had his babyface moment, winning the title, WrestleMania, right? All of that. Let's get to the good stuff now. Let's start doing stuff where we can like really shine, as opposed to pigeonholing both Cody and Punk in a way that maybe sells like a couple more units of shirts, right? I don't know. It's like, I think y'all have made enough money off the gimmicks. Now we can kind of like cash in on them. Time for Cool Boy to retire. Man, that sucks, dude. I really, really like Stephen Fulton too. Mario, check group chat. All right. I'm gonna check my group chat. What the fuck? What the hell? Where is this? On Facebook? Holy shit. Okay, I'm gonna share this. That guy had a bad lisp. Let me see. All right. I thought he was gonna say 6 people have been watching all night. All right, I'll play that. I'll play this as soon as I get it. Prime example, as Alex says, prime example of the need for the Zuffa model. Hamza Shiraz fighting another random German instead of his apparent mandatory Jacob Bank. Okay, fair. And that's exactly what I'm saying, is Zuffa's cards that have been very, very solid at the level for which they exist, which is not a major level. They've been great, and you can hang your hat on that. And so that will push and urge the pro boxes of the world or Matchroom to have a card that can exemplify that same sort of like, this is what we have, this is how we match, this is the kinds of cards we can produce, right? And then on the other side, it allows the people that have been doing this the longest to attempt to do a better job than they've been doing. This is about producing competitiveness, right? And only a competition can do that. There's no reason for Zuffa to be to compete at the highest level in boxing the way we all hope and expect if they're just competing with themselves, like the way the UFC does. There's no urgency to get Aspinall back in the cage, right? They're like, we have what he's worth in our head, and that's what it's going to be, and that's what it is, and he's stuck there. That said, though, Zuffa, you can't forget, Alex, I'm going to say this specifically to you. Everything else was just in general. This is specifically to you. You're not wrong, but you do have to at least contend with the idea that Zuffa is in a position to not profit, but to benefit from the current landscape, because Zuffa doesn't have, decades in the game. They don't have an established roster of fighters that have been, locked into varying degrees, lengths of contracts. Uh, you don't have the you don't have the handcuff that traditional boxing at the highest level is often left with by promoting the way that it does, by advancing fighters' careers the way that it does. And that's the other part. Advancing fighters' careers is not this fucking thing that's like playing Candyland. Like, it's not Monopoly where you say, oh, I'm rolling the dice, this is where we're headed. No, building a career means making choices about their opponents, when you test them, when you don't, when it's time for them to face a southpaw, when it's time to go from 6 to 8 rounds, when it's time for them to go to 8 to 10, and then obviously championship, when it's time to move up in weight, even if you're undefeated, when it's time to, when you could move down in weight, all of these things are aspects of the game that make matchmaking a degree, right? And I mean like a master class, right? It makes them professors. It makes them, it gives them doctorates in literally the fighting. And so Zuffa has the benefit of being able to test their fighters. But Alex, you have to contend with the fact that if they were to switch sides, and somehow Zuffa absorbed all of Matchroom's guys and Matchroom absorbed all of Zuffa's guys, this is what we would start seeing with Zuffa. We'd start seeing the same thing, right? Because they know what they have in Shiraz. And I agree, it's time for him to, test himself to a higher degree. It's time for him to, he's the guy that wanted to fight Canelo. So fight somebody who could beat a Canelo. How about that? Let's start there. And you beat that guy and we'll go on. I agree with that. But I disagree that somehow Dana and or Zuffa exist outside of the parameters of what the basic blueprint for promoting fights is. And this is that's the blueprint. Everybody's done it. Name me somebody who doesn't promote the Hamzas of the world the way that he's been promoted. I mean, you could even argue that Zuffa bought the worst of them as it relates to the Top Rank diet, right? And that's why I think a lot of people need to see. That's why I think I don't want to say unfortunately, but Zuffa did put themselves in a position here, because I don't think Shakur can get away with just fighting a random fighter. And, if it takes him just as long to secure a big name or a big fight as it would have if he would have stayed with Top Rank, then I don't see the need in it. But they took a gamble on that guy. Not a gamble, but, they took on somebody who was benefited of that diet. So look how bad wrestling was before AEW came around. It's not great now, but it's 2016 till COVID was garbage. And he's not wrong at all. 2019 WWE, I went back and started watching a little bit of it because I'd been seeing that narrative lately. Even Cody Rhodes said it on one of his podcasts. I saw a reel where he was like, you can't argue that the state of the game hasn't advanced through the inclusion of AEW. Or he didn't say it like that, but basically that's what he was saying, is like, competition breeds a better product at the end of the day. 2019 was terrible. AEW did not fully reignite wrestling. Wrestling boomed post-pandemic due to the breakthrough of Roman Reigns and the return of crowds. Sure, absolutely. But you have to ask yourself what it was that they were doing at that time that was competition, right? 2019 was one of the worst years of the 2010s as it relates to WWE creative. And as AEW established itself, you started seeing what we'd seen before, and that is WWE cribbing what works, cribbing what is starting to get over, and the action turned up a notch. They started letting wrestlers go longer. We had been arguing about getting longer matches, having more wrestling on TV, all of these things. Here comes AEW, and that may also correspond with Triple H coming into power. But at the end of the day, there was this push, there was this thrive. Here's what I'm also going to say: to deny AEW's role in the flourishing of wrestling post 2019 or 2019 and after, then that's also to diminish the role that NXT had also had, right? This isn't like a soul, like, if we had a pie and we cut up all the pies like we used to do in like third grade math, I think the percentage split between like AEW, Black and Gold, Classic, NXT, and maybe like a few other aspects. I think even Guerrilla Pro Wrestling deserves a nod for some of the like fans started coming back that were lapsed fans. And but listen, whether y'all want to admit it or not, guys like the Young Bucks in 2015 had a lot to do with it. Jericho going to New Japan had a lot to do. Kenny, by God, Omega had a lot to do with it. And so this isn't a thing where I'm trying to argue that AEW alone, and Mex wasn't making that argument either. But what he is saying is that it gave credence to an alternative. The alternative gives credence to the idea that we enjoy better products, right? You have to ask yourself, does Roman Reigns come as hard? Jesus Christ. Does Roman Reigns go as hard in the paint? Please don't do that. Please don't do it, guys. Please don't do it. Please. I'm begging you. Come on. We're all having fun here, okay? And some things are just accidents. I mean, unless you're a Freudian, which means you're gay. So, I mean, that's cool with me. I don't care. I love everybody, but I'm just saying. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying now. No, Roman is definitely the return, but if you have seen some of the products or some of the content as of late, Roman's made it very clear that he was the Fanatics content is what I was trying to say. Roman has made it very clear that he was one of the boys, and at some point after during the pandemic and after, he had to say, do I want to remain one of the boys, or do I want to put this company on my back and take it to heights that, you know what I mean? And that was him saying, like, I got to start to be the Hogan. You know what I mean? Does Roman even go through that metamorphosis without AEW nipping at the heels of the company? Because that's a lifer, right? They say that there's no such thing as a WWE lifer anymore. Well, let me tell you this. That's not true, because Roman Reigns is still a WWE lifer. There's no doubt about that. Let me see. Mario has his finger in the God damn it, Mex. Alex, the competition forced WWE to step their game up. Absolutely. 100%. And it forced the wrestlers to step their game up. Because remember this, like AEW came along and they were doing what the Ruthless Aggression era had done, right? Making it more sports based, more authentic to the in-ring action, right? And then you had these amazing athletes like Rey Mysterio, Kurt Angle, Chris Benoit. I said it. Dean Malenko was great, but he didn't get a lot of work. All these amazing wrestlers who basically stole their styles from Brett. And then what happened was this. You had this amazing talent that brought WWE to another place after that boom started to die down. And so these guys like John Cena, Batista, they kept it alive, Randy Orton, and they made it thrive. And that's where Roman was, right? But unlike Roman, he was in a position where everything had gotten stale. Why had things gotten stale? Because WWE really didn't have to try anymore. That's just the bottom line. Fury should be charged with elder abuse. Oh, yeah, let me go find that real quick. I sent it to myself. Zuffa about to learn how hard it is to deal with the upper echelon of fighters because Shakur versus Ryo on deck. Damn, he said it. Haha, Joseph, the intention was never the upper echelon currently. It's only a play to speed up the ground up project. See, but that's my problem right there. Right there, that's my problem. Because to suggest that Zuffa at this stage has the pass to develop and then to take it from others because they've been in the game. I get it. The frustration with Top Rank and the Top Rank diet. I get it. Matchroom, and even Golden Boy are at a point where they don't have as many stars as they used to. And so they're being a little more maybe like meticulous with how they move with these guys. I get that. And it's a fair point. But at the end of the day, it's still giving a pass to one side simply because you fuck with them. I want what's best for boxing because what's best for boxing is what's best for the fans. And what's best for the fans are the best fights with the best fighters. I don't think Zuffa's alone the way to get there. I think Zuffa putting the fire to Matchroom and Golden Boy and Top Rank and DAZN and PBC, that's what will make us thrive. I think those entities linking up together to take on the big fucking giant that is TKO, that will make boxing better. Wait a minute. Jacob Fatu just pulled out Royce Keys like we've seen a million times in the last 3 weeks. This is crazy, guys. This is insane. Y'all see Frank Martin went to Top Rank? I did not, but I like that. Congratulations to Frank Martin. Shout out him. Yeah. I come up to the ceiling screaming like Lexington's Jesus Christ. Thank you, Alex, for that one. Oh, and Finn Balor hits it. Wait, what did he do? Dude, if Pierce is gonna have to, it's weigh-in time. Really? Let me see. Dude, this is late. This is super late. I know it's ceremonial, but Marvel Comics announced a new Mary Jane comic. Hot take, I prefer Cindy Moon Silk over Mary Jane, but the cover wait. Sorry. But the cover they reveal makes me want to buy it. That's dope. Hell yeah. I'm pretty sure that tomorrow we're gonna learn that Sadie Sink is playing Jean Grey. I think that they've already decided, you know what, it's stupid. Let's just go ahead and do it. I think we probably get Adam Driver, if not in costume as Magneto, then maybe like just announced. I will say this: if he's not there, then I expect that we get quite a few mainstream commercial X-Men revealed. The actors, I mean, as far as who's going to play them. Yeah. So, bro, it's like the same thing, though. It's seriously the same thing. The Rock is Apocalypse? Nah, too soon. They did say that Denzel's there. I'd have to assume. Like, here's the thing: Black Panther, Wakanda, whatever it's Black Panther 3, whatever it's gonna be called. Um, I, it needs him. It definitely could. It could use him. Like, that's the problem with how they handled um what's his name? Bosman? What was his name? The guy that played Black Panther? Um they just didn't handle that well. And I knew that was like a really hard thing to deal with. And I don't even know if there's a way to handle it well. Um but anyway, so I do think that if we don't get the Magneto, then we'll get a bunch of X-Men. And I do believe that we're gonna get an announcement for Iron Man 4. Or here's the thing: if it's not gonna be Iron Man 4, then it might be like Iron Wars, like the new Iron Man, whatever. I don't know, something. If it's not like a traditional Iron Man 4, but this is something I've been saying for a while. And I will say that there are certain places on Reddit that I trust more than others, and this is somewhere that I got it that I do trust. I don't believe I believe that Robert Downey Jr. is also going to reprise Iron Man. Not maybe not like in a like I don't. They've said that they're not going to touch his death, and I believe them. But I mean, they also do the same thing with Wolverine. But at the end of the day, it's not even that. It's more like you don't. It doesn't have. They don't have to touch his death. You know, there's that thing that people say is weird, even though it's really not super weird. Where Iron Man's like everything blows up, and Iron Man has the shield, and he goes to like give Cap like a hand up, right? He's like, "Come on, bro," and he's like, "What the hell happened?" And that's what Cap says, and then Iron Man responds, "When you mess with time, time time tends to mess back," and he's like, "You'll see." And look, could that be used in a retcon manner to, you know, add to Tony's, you know, place in the multiverse? Could he have gone somewhere and done something? Sure. Uh, that said, obviously in that moment he was talking about Thanos and blowing up shit. So, but you could use that to do that, right? Or another thing. Remember, he was like in a computer version, or not like a simulcast version of himself, right? So you could do it that way. Give me 1 second. Oh wait. I want MCU Squid Girl, but seriously, give me Gwen Poole. Yeah, no, I think that. Well, here's the thing. Everybody thinks that what's her name's dying, Zendaya. Everybody thinks Zendaya is dying because of the imagery that was used in the Spider-Man 3 when MJ died or Mary Jane died. Um, and it's like the same kind of they use the same sort of frame and the imagery, the eye thing. And so yeah, they're saying that. I don't know if it's true though. But I will say that that opens a lot of possibilities, especially like to me, when you see that like Sony continues to hang on to the Hulk, they continue to hang on to Spider-Man, and they don't release them, and they continue these things to make them like, you know, bigger using Marvel when they can. It's like you got the X-Men coming in, right? You're there's no way Sony's ever going to want to pull Spider-Man from that chapter, right? Because they're saying this is a multi-tiered saga. So we're gonna get not like a phase one, phase two, phase three, big finale. Like literally, like phase one, phase two, phase three, big finale, phase four, phase five, phase six, big finale, all under the X-Men. That's why they say they got shit planned for till 2042. In all seriousness, they need to rip the band-aid and reveal the next Wolverine actor. Agreed. And here's the other thing: they need to do it. They need to get the next Iron Man out there too. They really do. Nobody's going to be able to replace Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man will go down in the pantheon of one of the all-time most perfect fits. He is one of those characters that you look at and say, I cannot imagine anyone else playing that role. Certainly not as well. Um, and I think the same is partially true, not as big, but it is true to a degree for sure with Wolverine. You got some big shoes to fill, right? Especially because that dude was on fucking the good testosterone. But but you're right. They need to get the Wolverine out of the way, but they need to get the Iron Man out of the way. You need to just realize you're never going to be as good with them, and just focus on a more teamed effort, right? Focus on a more like, oh, we can't wait to see these guys together, right? But you have to keep Spider-Man. Spider-Man should be like the new leader of the Avengers, or even the new Avengers, right? First of all, the Doomsday trailer looks kind of weak by comparison. Oh shit! Hold up. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Yo, my bad. Who's is it? I'm starting to think Cody is turning after his interaction with Damian Priest a few minutes ago. Very work shoot type of work. Priest said the boys are tired of the same face running SmackDown. Yeah, but I think it was more to push the narrative of Priest potentially winning the match tonight. I think it also gives credence to the idea of Punk possibly winning and therefore adding to the eventual turn of one Cody Nathaniel Rhodes. I don't. That's not his name. That's not his name. And you don't have to put me the other nickname. We all know the joke. It was funny the first time. Okay, so we are done with SmackDown's recap. If you did not catch it, do me a favor. Go to fightsatw.com, bookmark it, make it your one-stop shop for all combat sports needs: boxing, MMA, WWE, wrestling, AEW. In fact, yours truly, Mario Munguia, will be covering will be covering AEW's pay-per-view on Sunday, Redemption, for fightsatw.com. So make sure you go to fightsatw.com. And you know what? I think I'm going to see if Abe will let me run live updates, right? I mean, I'm there and it's not like I do like if you actually read my recaps, you'll know that I first of all put a lot of time in them, but second of all, I have them structured in a very specific way so that way it makes it easier for y'all to like consume it. So UFC starts at 9. If I go live, will you be on, Alex? I mean, not be on the show, but like, will you be in the chat, like watching with us? Because I I tried to do that one back in January. You remember that big card? I can't remember who it was. I think it was a flyweight. Uh, do you remember that? Dude, everybody was like, "Oh, if you go on, I'll go on. I'll watch it." Blah blah. Bro, I went on. I had like 10 people watching the whole time, and I'm not hating. Like, I love it. Like, we went live. When was it? Tuesday night, super late to just game. I had like 8 people for like the first hour. I mean, we ended up getting to like, I think it was like 118 maybe, but I mean, it was like the vast majority of the time it was like under 25 people, maybe under 30 people, so like I don't give a shit about that. Hold up, I'm gonna get a bottle real quick. Hold up. Give me 1 second. All right. I wanna ask y'all what y'all think about this because my wife just said this. She said, and I quote, I said, okay, hold on. I'll just tell you what she said. I had these glasses on. I said, I'm gonna go on with these glasses, okay? Like making a joke. And she said, you look Mexican in those. Now, that's all she said. However, does that not sound like a diss to y'all? And I was like, wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. Aggressive. She says, what? I said, you look like a Mexican in those. Sure. Okay. With your space lasers, chill out. I don't know. Do I look like a Mexican in these? What does that even mean? Okay, now she's yelling cholo because she got caught and she's now seeing that I said this on live and now she's trying to reframe it. You said Mexican, you didn't say cholo, but I digress. Okay, so let me clean up some of my shit real quick, okay? Damn, my boy Serge was playing out there right now at 10 p.m. Shout out to Serge getting that late night golf in. Dude, everybody's been saying, when am I going to get the balls to go live at the golf course? I just don't. When I shoot when I break 90s consistently, I'll do it. But I have to show y'all something. Dude, oh man, I have to tell y'all this. Your wife is right. She says it with love, dude. And now I see, and I still don't know what it means. Even that part. Are you like? She said it wasn't a diss, but like I said it, and it was like the way she said it was like a reason for me not to come on with the glasses. It's like, hey, you look Mexican. And I said, and then so that to me in my brain, it translates like this. Oh, you're going to go on with those glasses? Well, just so you know, you look super Mexican. So just beware. If that's not the vibe you want to give, they're going to all know you're Mexican after this. I don't know. I don't see how that's I'm not saying it's a diss. I'm just like, how is that a compliment? Is that a compliment? I don't think that doesn't sound like a compliment. You know what is a compliment, guys? You want me to tell y'all? Girls, if you're listening, which let's be honest, you're not. Listen to this. So this is just so y'all know, this is what a compliment sounds like, in case some of you don't know. Because let me tell you this, I also had this conversation this past week. You know, a lot of people, because I work for mostly out of state people, right? So like Ness and the Boxing Voice were all set up in New York and New Jersey, right? When I used to work for Mario Serrano, he was Mario Serrano was stationed in LA, Sacramento, California. That's not like LA and Sacramento, in California. And so I've always worked for people on both coasts, like my entire career. Anytime I've ever worked for any Texas publication specifically, or people that were stationed within Texas, it was either for editing purposes, junior editing purposes, or I was just a freelance contributor. And most of those times, it wasn't like they accept me for freelance. It was more like somebody was out. I was basically a substitute teacher, but I got to cover the the Golden Globes. I got to cover the Golden Gloves. That was one of the big things too. It was like my career started at the pros, right? Like a lot of journalists and referees and judges, like they get in at the local level and they all know each other and they talk and whatever, and then they expand, right? It's different from my era because we have podcasts and stuff like that. So instead of starting at the local level, I started at at a bigger level, right? Covering fights on Showbox and HBO and stuff like that. We were I interviewed within the first year of probably within the first 6 months of being a boxing journalist. I interviewed the entire 2012. Wait, was it 12? Right? The Olympic class was 2012, right? 2012. Yeah, 8, 12, 16. Yeah. So 2012's class, their entire men's Olympic class. Then in 2016, I got to do a podcast and interviewed every single person, every single fighter in that class. You'll remember it was like Jojo Diaz, Rasheed Warren was in there, Earl Spence was in there, Herring was in there. Not Herring. Who was it? What was the light heavyweight's name? Brazil. Like all these guys were in it. And this is actually within like 6 months of me being a boxing journalist. I mean, I had to learn on the job very quick, very, very quick. My first interview ever was with Saddam Ali. Saddam Ali was like my very first interview. And then my second interview was Bryant, the heavyweight. No. It was Seth Mitchell. Do y'all remember Seth Mitchell? Who remembers Seth Mitchell? Anybody? So like there was this time, like, okay, so like when I'm coming into boxing, right? The heavyweight division as it pertains to Americans basically don't see it as it exists at all. Now, a lot of Americans know who Klitschko is. They couldn't name you another heavyweight fighter. The Lennox Lewis era, after that, it really just died, and there weren't very many commercial names. Some people got built up. Chris Arreola, I think, did a pretty good job of building himself up within the Mexican American Latino community in boxing. And you know, there were people there, you know, here and there. Pulev, you know, made a decent name for himself, I guess. But ultimately, as American fight fans, the heavyweight division was all but dead. So I'm in this business for like a year, maybe, or two, I don't know, whatever. And all of a sudden I start meeting these heavyweights. And now I'm covering fights, and I'm talking to trainers, and I'm talking to managers, and these people are like, dude, you haven't seen so-and-so, or like Seth Mitchell or Brian or you know, these names. Wilder was one of them. And then all of a sudden we had these 3 heavyweight names, and now I'm working in this business for 2-3 years, and those names are starting to come up. And now we're talking about a heavyweight renaissance. We're talking about a renaissance of the heavyweight division as it relates to American fight fans. And you got to remember, like, look, I love Ness. I do. He's a friend, despite him thinking that I'm a horrible human being. But we're friends, right? I accept him for his flaws. And I think at this point he accepts me for mine. And we have a relationship based on boundaries, because that's how it works for us. Our communication breaks down. And while he would say that I'm the main culprit of that, and I'd agree with him that a large part of that responsibility falls on me, there is another part of it where he's not very good at comprehending. I don't mean that he's dumb. I don't mean that he doesn't understand. Not at all. What I do mean is that there's an ego, or maybe a pride, or whatever, narcissism about him, that makes him feel like losing a debate is not an option. He would rather win a debate and be wrong than lose a debate and find out the right answer. Okay. And we're all like that. We're all guilty of that. The problem is you can't do that. Like you can't work at a project. Like if you're working at a marketing firm, you can't both have this understanding of how things work and then like completely derail from them, right? At some point you have to ask yourself, what's bigger, being right, or being the best, or having the best, or having all the assets to succeed, right? And so it's like that lack of comprehension, lack of understanding, it got to a point for me where I was like, okay, this dude's not going to get it. So I can't engage with this anymore. Like I can't, like there's a level where he cannot bust through because his limitations of wanting to be right make it so that he will crash out. And again, like this is my world, right? This is my worldview. So he, just like I accept him calling me one of the worst, or the worst human being, whatever the fuck he said. He also said I was the best co-host, right? In that same fucking clip, he called me the best co-host, as well as the worst human being. And again, it's me saying that every single thing we ever debated, every single thing we ever got into like a major fight about on air, that stemmed from boxing specifically, right? Because like me and him didn't really have very many outside incidences that played out on the show. By the time we get to the show, we had already hashed out everything. That's just the way I was. That's the way I always have been. I'd rather talk personally than do it online. That said, though, every single argument that we ever had that turned into a big old bloody fucking debate war, I won. And I don't mean I won the debates at the time. I mean, I maybe did, maybe didn't. I held back a lot at that time because I knew that, overshadowing Ness was a good way to get yourself gone. And so it got to a point where it's like, he's not going to listen to the reasons or the reasoning, and he can't. But what then ends up happening is a year later, 2 years later, at some point he sees it however it makes sense to him. And then also he's got a shit memory. And so it's like, for me to go back to a place, or for me to try to like qualify a place where everything that I ever brought to the table is either completely forgotten or egotistically shoved out of the way to continue this perception of what TBV works with. And again, it's a great place to have your voice heard, if you can afford it. But it's not like a place where I personally go to hear like the most in-depth conversations about boxing. I'm sorry. It's like mostly casual fans talking boxing. And so at the end of the day, if you were going to always be that, then you should have been the Dave Portnoy of shit. You should have been the fucking Barstool Sports of this, and I've had this conversation on air before. I've had this conversation with people personally, right? Like there should have been, the boxing voice should have been the fighting voice at some point, where there was a wrestling show on Monday and a boxing show on Tuesday and like multiple shows on Wednesday, everybody's show on Thursday, like all that shit, right? It should have been that, could have been that. And so it's just this like breakdown in being able to communicate. You know what I mean? And so I don't know. I just don't even want to like say the things, because it makes it feel like I'm like saying stuff like, oh, it's like he isn't a big enough thinker, IQ, or nothing like that. At the end of the day, this guy had a lot of foresight, right? He saw stuff, and I've made those statements in the past. Like, dude, he saw YouTube coming a mile away, Skype a mile away. But I don't know if it was his age. I don't know if it was just the personal enjoyment maybe he gets from the show and being on screen. But, it's like, dude, like you're going to be going 7 hours a day, 6 days a week, like in another decade, in a decade and a half. Like, why on earth would that ever be the situation? And so it's like, I don't know, how can you grow in that sort of environment? But back to the wrestling aspect of this, we'll go over SmackDown just a bit. So the show started with Nick Aldis and we'll do that too. Yeah. So starting with SmackDown, the show opened with Gunther and Nick Aldis's contract signing. A very, very interesting thing going on there with Nick Aldis. There were interviews that he gave about how he didn't feel like his in-ring career was finished, that he felt like he had earned a run and that he was good enough to deserve a run, which is a big thing that I took away from what he said. Whether it had as much weight as I gave it, I don't know, but definitely seemed telling. So initially, I figured when Nick Aldis came back as a wrestler, it would be like a Pat McAfee sort of situation, like a one and done, right? That is not what is happening. We learned in the first hour, in the first 10 minutes of the show, that Nick Aldis is now a full-time wrestler. As the GM, he is not able to compete. So in order to compete, he will have to give up his SmackDown GM role. Not for one night, not for 1 week, but forever. the very specific thing that Pierce said was that if you sign this dotted line, you are now a competitor, which makes you, unable to be a GM. And he took it. So that tells me they're going to keep running with this. I don't think Aldis wins. He made it very clear in the promo tonight. He said, look, I haven't wrestled in X amount of years. You talk about retiring Gunther. You talk about retiring AJ. You talk about retiring John Cena. All those guys were active. All those guys, were had been wrestling. So, great feat, but I have nothing to lose. You can beat me because you're supposed to. You can't beat me because, or if you don't beat me, that says so much more than if any of those other guys beat you. So I doubt they take that luster away from Gunther, but I'm assuming we're going to see, like, it'd be great. Like Gunther to have a number one contender match with Nick Aldis and Drew McIntyre come back to help or like cost Nick Aldis the match, and then we run that one. Because to be honest with you, that one always felt like the way to go. To me, that always felt the way to go. To your point in perspective, Fight Hype founder Ben Thompson got it right. He runs a tight ship, got to big heights and became a mainstay. Credit to him. Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I always had respect for Ben. Him and Ness, they weren't close, but that was somebody who gave Ness a lot of game. Or maybe not a lot of game, but definitely gave him some game. And Ness always had a tremendous respect for him. Alex, I don't know how like, I don't know how deep you were in boxing Twitter at this time, but Ben Thompson, he used to get a lot of flack. He used to get a lot of hate from journalists, good journalists, from fans, longtime hardcore fans, because of his relationship with Floyd. And a lot of people held that against him. But that was the beauty of TBV, was you could see how things started to shift and reshape. And a guy like Ben was, kind of just ahead of the game. You could make the argument that what he did isn't even remotely close to what a unnamed content creator that won't be named, but he's always reporting. But anyway, yeah, so I definitely shout out to Ben. Let me see. Finn versus Sammy, I expect to be at least the third best match at SummerSlam. Like 2 nights, because I agree. In fact, in my write-up, fightsatw.com, where you can go right now and read my article on SmackDown and everything that took place tonight, my thoughts on it, my take on it. Shout out to fightsatw.com. I said that in my thing. I think that this is a match that could be a show stealer match. First of all, both of them are incredible wrestlers, but second of all, they understand wrestling at this point. Like, I know Oba's very good at what he does. Trick is very good at what he does. Breaker's very good at what he does. Bronson Reed, very good at what he does. That said, do I think that they understand the game right now well enough to utilize their strengths and weaknesses in a way to tell like an epic story? I don't know. I wouldn't bet on it. Not because they don't show tremendous talent, not because they haven't learned very quickly on the job, but more because that's a difficult ask for any profession, right? Like, we're going to expect the kid that gets called up in September to hit 10 home runs and steal 10 bases in his first month in the pros. Like, highly doubtful. Those special rookie QBs that just start off great, those special pitchers that get called up and dominate from the moment that's so rare. And even then, they at some point have an off year, a bad season, sophomore slump, whatever you want to call it. But going back to the Gunther and Nick Aldis, listen, we're going to have an official SummerSlam pick'ems. In fact, I'm going to have my wrenches, Alex, Mex, and Matt deliver me their picks that I will place on a chart for SummerSlam. Alex, if you're there, it's Mario Munguia at yahoo.com, or you can hit me up on IG, whatever, it don't matter. But give me your picks, or at least just send me a message so I can send you the picks that I want. I mean, I want the whole thing, but that way I could just send you an email with them on there. But that said, we'll have a special thing next week. But I wanted to say this specifically real quick. If Gunther can't lose this match, even if they have plans to do something with Nick, even if Aldis is getting this really incredible push, yeah, I don't see it. That said, it would be great to see a Drew McIntyre and Aldis feud kick off with a returning Drew at SummerSlam. Now, I want to have this conversation real quick before we get back to SmackDown. They're calling it the AEW WWE draft. Many wrestlers that were in the first batch of, releases, whether that be that they were released or they didn't want to take a pay cut, whatever it was, those are that first batch is ready to go. They're ready to debut as of Friday, I think it was, or today, I guess. But they are available to debut. Now, there are some people that believe we'll get some debuts and some people that believe we won't get any debuts. I think like a guy like Dexter Loomis probably goes to TNA. Aleister Black, it would be difficult to see. I don't see him debuting. A lot of people presume that when MJF was, saying that they didn't want that guy, blah, blah, they were talking about Aleister Black. But there were a lot of other people that assume or presume that he could be just setting up a potential match, right? Saying, oh, we don't want this guy. And then that plays into the narrative, which to me is great. That's great. When you can blur the lines, please. That said, I think that God damn it. Got fucking it busted in my mouth. I hate when that happens. Don't try this at home, kids. Anyway, wait, hold on. Okay, so anyway, yeah, I wanted to say this. I don't know what debuts will happen or won't happen on Sunday. That said, obviously New Day isn't ready to go until like the first week of August. I think it's 6th or the 7th. But I want to say this. I think it would be a mistake for AEW to I know, dude. No, listen, I should, bro. I should. And especially because, dude, you can't see it, or you can. That's a hole in my gun right there. That little thing. That's a hole that tobacco ate. So show this to your kids. If they play ball, tell them don't let them fucking varsity kids put that shit in your mouth. Whoa, pause. Don't let them give your kids dip, because that's how it started with me. And now I got a tooth gone at some point. Also, my wisdom tooth has been eaten alive as well. I switched from this side to this side, and this side actually got eaten faster. Go figure. But anyway, I don't listen. There was this AEW pay-per-view when Bryan Danielson and then a few other people, like Punk had came in, like a lot of people, Adam Cole, right? And there started to be this thing. It was like an expectation for every pay-per-view or these debuts and stuff. If you don't have room, if you don't have a story, if you don't have an idea, leave them where they are. That doesn't mean you can't bring them in later. It doesn't mean you can't do something special with them. But, there was just like a lot of times that AEW early on brought people in like for zero reason, just for the pop. Like Zack Ryder came in at one point. And it's like, not that it can't be done, right? They brought in what's his name from the Wyatts whenever what's his name passed. And so like that was cool. That was great. I don't think that AEW, especially right now, if you saw the Yahoo Finance interview with Tony, then you know that they're happy with the ratings. They're the highest they've been in years, and it seems like a real fan base is starting to develop. I'm seeing more and more casual fans streaming AEW weekly, where they used to only cover WWE Raw and SmackDown. And it's more and more, it's growing and growing. So if you're AEW, you present yourself as what you're doing. I think it would be a mistake to just inherit all of these talents. Some of them, yes, but I don't. Most of them, no. I don't think. It's not that I don't think Sheamus would be cool in AEW. I just don't see where he fits. Not right now. Not at this moment. And I don't think Matt's still there. But I can tell you that this John Moxley, Will Ospreay storyline is cooking. I was so against it at first. I thought it made zero sense. And maybe you could still make the argument that it makes zero sense the way it started, right? And then now inherently means that if you go back and you look at it, it falls apart. Fine, even making that statement's okay, or worth the debate. What's not worth the debate is claiming that there isn't some very, very intriguing stuff happening at the main roster storyline in the men's. And all the people would be like, oh, the women's division, AEW sucks, blah, blah. Bro, y'all know that WWE got cooked last week for not having women at all on that last show. And so it was like a situation where they weren't even trying to do that. It was more of like, Meltzer, I saw, he said this. He said, like, he goes every month and he checks the YouTube stats, right? And I heard him say this before. That's why I've done it in the past. I don't know if I ever gave him the credit for it, but he definitely deserves credit because that he gave me that idea. And the one thing that he said he found, I can verify. And that is every month you go to YouTube and you will find that the men dominate the stats. And he said it. It's like wrestling used to have with the Nielsen ratings, kind of like a blind test of what works and what doesn't work, right? What people want on TV and what they don't. And social media can sometimes blind that. The people that consume and are on social media all the time are willing to engage there, but not willing to like open up Netflix or open up whatever and watch. They consume everything through YouTube. And again, that's fine. I just, let me see. Malachi Black and Thea versus Cross and Scarlett, do it. Yeah. That would be fucking sick, dude. That would be sick. I would love it. But it's like, here's the thing. Tony bringing in all those specific guys to showcase them alone without working with, like, I don't know if he does that. I don't. Correction. I just saw Zelina Vega is now Zelina. Oh, that's right. I saw that too. She's going by Zelina. So listen, I'm very excited for Redemption. It's a very, very good card. We will talk about it probably more tomorrow. But uh oh shit, Thunder Rosa gone from busted open, probably because of the WWE. Uh shit. Okay, so I just got sent a plot leak that is reportedly from San Diego Comic-Con that is circulating right now. It just came out. Let me see. When did it come out? Oh, it came out a couple hours ago. Okay. At the time, nobody had did anything, but apparently New Rockstars has already put a video out. I'll read that here in just a bit. Oh shit. Okay. Alex said it's Shanko, not John Pork. What do you mean? Shanko fights tomorrow, right? In the morning? But what do you mean not John Pork? Okay, so back to SmackDown real quick. We got Charlotte Flair qualified by DQ. Jade Cargill beat her up in the ring in her match with Nia. Nia flipped out because, of course, this is once again her being jilted of a shot. Is this not happening too much? Is WWE not pulling this like unfair thing kind of too much, or is this all heading somewhere? I wonder, because you got Nia Jax getting screwed again, um, in favor of Jade Cargill and Charlotte, the representation of the faces, right? You got Sammy, who feels like he was screwed just to prop up two faces. And then you have Damian Priest saying that the entire SmackDown locker room is tired of the same face running the place. All these people having problems with the narrative of the top guys and the faces plays into a specific storyline. That said, it doesn't really feel like their plan is to like unite them or make a bigger thing than like we need some sort of grand storyline. And I don't think that's where we're headed at all. Inside joke started with Mighty Mouse and Islam. Oh, got it. I don't think I've seen it, but that's funny. Let's see. So I don't know where this is really headed other than Jade and Charlotte. But my wonder is who wins this title match. Now there's one spot left, right? So we don't know who that is. So we'll just stick with who we know. You got Jade, you got Charlotte, you got Tiffany, and you have and Chelsea Green. So one more spot left. You got to assume they probably put Nia in there, or at least give her a shot in a triple threat or something maybe. All I know is that I can't see either Tiffany Stratton winning or Chelsea Green. That said, I would love for Chelsea Green to win. That's not a joke at all. I'm not being facetious at all. I think Chelsea has shown that there is a ceiling that is higher on her than WWE had not just initially thought, but thought for years. And all the quality work she did as a strictly comedy act has lent credence to the idea, as far as I'm concerned, that she is capable of more. I would love to see her win the interim title. I don't know where they'd go from there, and I don't think they'd really have much plans other than having her get squashed to Rio when she shows back up. But what I do think actually happens is either Jade or Charlotte wins. I think Jade is probably the more likely of the two, with the interference from BFAB or Mitchin. That said, I'd also assume that if they want to do something big at SummerSlam, Alexa Bliss costing Charlotte would be something that we wouldn't see coming, because it's been Bliss that has been the more open of the two, right? Charlotte was the one that was closed off. Charlotte was the one like, I don't need a fucking friend, especially one that plays with a doll, and then the Rhea stuff happened. She's like, still like, I don't need no fucking friends. Like, this is me and her. We're good. I got you, Abe. And so like, I don't know, like, do you put Jade over? Do you put Jade over in that moment and allow Bliss? Because then it muddies the water, right? You got Charlotte, you got Flair, you got Bliss, you got all these people. And I just don't think it works that way. All right, my bad. The link's only for Abe. I'm not taking any other callers right now. So look, I think Jade can come on and be a force. I don't think she could be anything other than just like way to go with there. It just doesn't seem that way. And so it's like you muddy up the waters. I don't know if they go that way. What is going on? Abe, champ in the building.
Yo, what's good, man? I just wanted to hop in and see what do you want to talk about?
Bro. Oh, I want to talk about everything. First of all, I feel like Punk is the guy that's going to turn heel in all this. Everybody is
100%.
saying that they feel like a heel's turn is coming from this. And you said this, and I gave you credit earlier. You said Punk has over time now, not just recently, become the thing that he complained about forever. What do you think? Are we getting that heel turn? Do you think they'll go there? Do they need to go there with a SummerSlam that's underperformed ticket wise?
Yeah, I mean, I think they do. They already threw the tickets, the $25 tickets out there too.
Whoa, I did not know that.
Yeah, they put it on the show. They got $25 tickets.
I didn't. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, wow.
But
I did not expect that.
But in the football
Yeah,
stadium, shit,
and it's Minnesota. That's the other part about it. Like, big cities are big cities, but they're not all built the same, champ. I mean, you're from NY and you now live on the other coast. Like, if anybody knows how much of a difference maker those markets are, it's you. That's why everybody's so surprised about, LeBron, Philadelphia. Like, what? Like, what's going on? Like all this crazy stuff. So what do you make of, though, the main event scene right now? What are you more attracted to, Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns and what they're doing, or this Cody Rhodes stuff with Punk?
The Cody stuff. To be honest with you, up to about a few seconds ago when you said it, I forgot that Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins. I forgot.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
I forgot. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's right. They are main eventing. I guess. I don't know. I mean, I still think that, are they going to do a Hell in a Cell match as not as a main event?
Dude, that's what everybody's been talking about for the last 2 weeks. Every single chat from wrestling that I've gotten from a new person in the last 6 days has been, is this a main event or is this the opener? I can't see it opening the show. I just can't. And yet at the same time, do you main event it? I think if they would have said this is his last match, I think if they would have put a stipulation okay, but none of this bullshit of if I beat you and then you come back and say you unretired. No, I beat you. You're done. You never get to wrestle again. And we still have a shot at that Monday. Damn it. I forgot to put in my recap. On Monday, we are getting the final showdown between those two. It would be epic if they built the Hell in the Cell just for the optics of it. I mean, I know that's a lot of money to put into transferring, but at the end of the day, we need something big from that. And I think that could be the perspective. Where would you put it, though? Knowing that ESPN is going to broadcast part of the show on night one.
Yeah, but I think didn't they already say that the Danhausen match is going to be on the...
That's right. I forgot. They just said that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But that's going to be on one of them. I mean, listen, if it was me, it's main event. Period. Brock is from Minnesota, man. That's a no-brainer, man.
Is it a no-brainer, though, Abe? Because understand what you're saying. This is Obafemi, who they've, put a strap to, even though I think very much they hindered him a little bit here and there. But ultimately, this is them putting a rocket on a guy. And we just had a season of Unreal come out where they said, we don't put rockets on guys anymore. We don't go with the unexperienced. We don't go with the unpredictable. We don't go with the people that aren't made names. That's the Punks. That's the Romans. That's the Seths. That's the Codys. So then when you ask yourself, do we put Oba in this position where he overshadows one of those two matchups? What kind of politics is that? I mean, do you have to consider that in this era of WWE?
Yeah, but I also got to look at it like this. How much time does Roman have left? I think he's got another year or so.
You think so? Really?
Yeah, I think last year he said he only had 2 years left or something like that on his deal, whatever. So I think 2027, at the end of 27, he's gone anyway. He trying to do Hollywood stuff. He ain't trying to do the wrestling stuff anymore like that. So
that's true. I
think that it's not that they're going to bury him because he's still going to be the moneymaker, but I just don't see him. I see him more as an ambassador role than anything else. That that was solidified to me Saturday night's main event when he was out there with the Knicks thing and doing all that. So that's all that is. He's the guy, but he's not the guy in the ring no more.
Well said. Now, I have to ask you this. I'm going to ask you in two ways, okay? And we'll start with this, and then we'll get to the second part. This has been a huge money week for WWE. Major announcements, okay? Now, we won't start with this one, but this will be the second question. What do you think the future of Busted Open Radio looks like now that WWE has taken them over and it is now called WWE Radio? Before you say that, what does it speak to that not only did that deal get announced this week, but we also got the announcement that AAA has its own deal with Mattel figures. Already has a launch coming out. Penta, La Parka, an old school Conan figure, which I think I'm going to grab. The Mystery Iguana fig, which is just fire. All of these different things. Abe, where's the WWE in all this? How big are these? Are these landmark deals? Talk us through them before you get into the future potentially of Busted Open Radio.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're cornering the market at every possible spot. This is really it's bigger than just WWE. It's TKO takeover period. Takeover media companies. Zuffa Boxing jumping into the Unext Japanese market for streaming Japanese fights over there. It's this, WWE buying the Busted Open channel. It's the AAA, getting those action figures rolled out. It's just a takeover period, man. It's hard on here in these streets. They put in this. They're trying to suffocate everybody. I think that's the best way to say it. They're trying to suffocate the game. And wow, it's something. And it's funny because it's contrary to what even though Vince McMahon was a super competitive person and he always kept his eye on the ball, he still kind of lived by the rules of letting everybody else eat. But once that eating became somewhere around his territory, then he had to beef up. But as long as it didn't, everybody was good. In this current landscape, it's like they want it all. You know what I mean? It's
because and for people that don't understand this, right? Busted Open, now turning WWE Radio, is now going to inherit all of the Busted Open Radio content that was on Sirius XM, but it's also bringing in the Undertaker podcast, the Cody podcast, the Stephanie podcast. There's actually word and rumors that WWE is in the market of bringing in other podcasts from the outside market into the WWE Radio. I mean, listen, as much as I hate it, I'm over here, guys. I'm over here. I got my own setup. Just saying. If you need to fill anybody for that 12 a.m. Wednesday slot that nobody wants to work, I'm your guy. All right. But in all seriousness, though, I am very, what's the word? Apprehensive about it, because I look at The Dark Side of the Ring, an incredible show. And it goes places that WWE never would. And then I look at the content that WWE did on A&E and some of the biography stuff, and it's great, but they don't go there. So at the end of the day, I wonder, it's polished, the best word to use. I used to look at Busted Open as the place that I could go to hear people in the know say the things that they don't want them to say. Abe, can we count on that still? Is that going to go away?
That you can count on it for the rest of 2026. I think starting 27, maybe not so much. You're going to slowly see that. Look, I mean, Dave LaGreca, I mean, I guess you could agree with him to a sense, but he called WWE the greatest wrestling company in the history of the business. Right off start, right off the top. I mean, I guess you can't disagree with that in a sense.
Yeah. I mean, they're most successful for sure.
But that's not what you want to hear like in the opening, kind of
Yeah.
spiel from somebody who's
Yeah.
supposedly trying to keep it real, right? Like, um, I just think everything they're tying everything in, and it's all becoming storyline. Everything,
Mm,
like whatever is going to be on the radio show is going to be like part of the story, just like Rosenberg, and then the other guy that has a podcast on.
Sam,
Yeah, like
which both shows are going to,
of
or
course,
I think we're already, yeah.
of course they are, because it's all a work, man. They're being told what to say and this, that, and the third, and they're employees. I mean,
Yeah,
that's what employees do, right? If you get paid by somebody,
absolutely.
you work for them. Period.
Absolutely. Alex, shout out to
Um,
him. He said, Roman got till 2030. Roman versus Rock is happening, Abe. It will happen. I actually believe him.
yeah, I
Um,
do too. Yeah, I mean, but that window's closing though,
no,
fast,
absolutely. I want to ask
fast.
you something that you just touched on. You said this like I think it was the week after season 1 of Unreal debuted. And this past week, season 3 came out on Tuesday. And my cousin said something to me and it made me remember what you had said. And I was like, I was going to call you right then and there and give you props because I couldn't believe I had forgotten this. But you had said, I'll bet you. And here's the thing, maybe you were joking, but now I think you were dead spot on. You said, I'll bet you that board that we see on Netflix Unreal with all the potential stories and how they're going through it and what's going to come next is for TV. And there's an off-air board where they have Meltzer and they have Netflix Unreal, and the real works are happening, right? Those are the works for TV that we are meant to believe, but there's actual works. And honestly, I think you're right now. Have you seen Unreal, any of the stuff yet?
No, man, but it's Newmark City, man. Like that's what it is. Like, I'm telling you, but honestly, like WWE is Nino Brown. Yeah, we taking over the Carter. Like, that's that's what they doing, man. They got their people on top of the building, on top of the media platform buildings, looking over and watching to see who's coming.
No, dude, you're so right. And they know what they're doing. Triple H came out, right? And this is, thank God, finally the last time we're gonna have to see the John Cena story play out on Unreal because they did the final match. And Triple H says, a lot of people are saying this John Cena thing is a failure. I know it was a success. And it's like, first of all, if you're talking monetarily, obviously, okay, sure. But if you're talking like character and story wise, look, you can have that debate, but the point of him saying it the way he said it was to rile everyone up, to have that conversation, to get people to go back to the platform and rewatch these shows so they can say, wait, let me see if it was as bad as I remember. That's all a work that works to get us worked up enough to go and watch the work. You know what I mean?
And,
So it's
and let,
like, dude,
and let me
nasty.
tell you, and I'm gonna take it a step further, because that is gonna funnel everybody to, guess what? My WWE.
Good call. Although Matt's saying that there is some exclusive Club WWE stuff that leaked on TikTok already, that some of the fans are just recording it and putting it on. So that'll
Yeah,
probably end up putting a bigger restriction on it at some point.
but this is the other thing, right? What is the primary thing that they're selling right now, merch wise, on that Club WWE?
What is it?
The John Cena stuff.
The John Cena stuff. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so Triple H feeding the situation is
Feeding the beast. That's
just getting
exactly what it is,
everybody
dude.
right back into the hamster wheel with the John Cena stuff. Oh, let me get his merch. Let me get the cities that he wasn't in. Blah blah blah. Yo, it's,
Bro,
man,
so right. So right.
they're good, bro.
Absolutely. No, they're too good at this, to be honest with you. I agree, but I think though that there is a larger thing here at play, right? And it speaks to what you said about the off-board stuff. Um, I don't think they can get away from the narrative of SummerSlam and what's happened, right? And all my biggest fear is, Abe, is that they're going to say, you know why this happened? Because we didn't have celebrities, because we didn't bring in Tom Brady or Stephen A. Smith. And that's my biggest fear, especially with this Tom Brady stuff. Fanatics Fest was a huge success. It garnered them an extreme amount of attention globally. Abe, are we probably more in likely headed towards a place where we could be seeing just every single SummerSlam, Royal Rumble, WrestleMania celebrities coming in? Have we reached that epicenter of WWE, you think?
Maybe.
Because
But
Brunson seems in, right? Halliburton is in. Juice World is in. These guys are almost full-time. I mean, not full-timers, but, it seems like the status has raised to another level. Do you feel that or no?
I'm waiting for Adrian Broner to show up.
Oh, hell yeah!
That's the next one. That's
you
the
think
next
so?
one.
Him and Dean?
Yes.
They seem
100%.
perfect. They seem made for it. They seem made for it.
100%. And put them with Ron Killings and let them do that.
But do you think TKO would be afraid of not being able to control AB on live TV?
AB will do what he's supposed to do as long as the check clears.
Yo, for real, bro.
But let me tell you something.
I
want to mention something that I think that people might be overlooking in regards to like the ticket sales and how that is truly being affected. If you notice, like on Monday Night Raws and SmackDown, on the floor level, there's a lot more like walking space now. Go back in the next maybe like the last like 4 or 5 weeks. You're gonna see maybe like 20 rows of chairs and then like a lot of space, walking space in between. That was never the case. It was always like chairs all the way up to like the midsection and then kind of whatever. But there's been a lot more of that lately. And so when they went to the Garden, I think they only did like 12,000. I was really surprised at that because that does about 1920 capacity. So they're definitely feeling it. They're seeing the decrease in those tickets. But I think that's also why they're kind of like maintaining the floor level at a high price, and then maybe lowering a little bit the ones up top. I just saw the ones for San Diego, and they had a couple of floor ones for like 300 a piece. But the ones right, the ones right on the aisle, 1,100.
Yeah. See, and that's the thing. It's like, dude, that's a hard sell, and that's the problem for me right now. It's like, I don't want to get lost in the weeds in this conversation, but it's like, dude, they're nickel and diming us on everything when it comes to figs, when it comes to merch, when it comes to the video game, right? We just had this conversation earlier where it was like WWE, the video game used to be a thing where you played and you played it to get to these like things that you could get, right? And now like everything's just for sale, right? Everything's for sale. Like you used to be able to create characters and just have them wear a Stone Cold shirt. Now you better got some money, kids, because they ain't giving that stuff for free. And so you've created something where you gave us this expectation. It's the same problem they have with the WWE Network. The WWE Network got over for fans. Maybe it didn't get over at the commercial level that they were hoping, like a Netflix or a Hulu, but it did get over with fans, and we miss it constantly. You cannot give us something with the expectations that we have and then later charge us for things that we never had behind a paywall, and this all speaks to the tickets. It speaks to the video, all of that. You know what I mean?
And let me tell you, they're smart, man, because what did they drop today on speaking of the 2K game? What characters did they drop today?
What did they drop? I saw it earlier. Oh, I can't remember. Was it?
It was the
No,
it was the Hardys.
The Hardys. Yes.
And what happened last night?
Sick.
The Hardys had their deletion match, right?
That's right. Which
everybody was tuned into, right? So right off the heels of that, you're gonna drop the Hardys characters, bro. Like these guys,
they know
these guys, man. Telling you, man, these guys they got it sewed up, man.
Bro, you're so right. Listen, before you have to go, I want to make sure that I ask you about this because this is huge news. Devin Haney signs to DAZN. It looks like Keyshawn Davis and him are actually going to get the fight. You can answer. We want to know what you know, and we want to know what you think. I'm just gonna ask a couple questions that have been really on my mind. First of all, can you consider this a loss? Not a loss for Zuffa and Shakur, not at all. But does this put them in a tougher position than they were the week he signed? And what does this say about the market where we're seeing now Zuffa pivoted against DAZN, and that's been the case, but now there's this representation on DAZN's side that instead of splitting into Zuffa, Golden Boy, Matchroom, Top Rank, and all these, now it's just two entities, almost back to the kind of Showtime HBO thing where those two splits. Where are you with this? What does this mean? What does this not mean? Because some fans have gone real crazy over it, what it means. What does this represent to you, please?
I think that people are overreacting, saying that it's Zuffa versus DAZN. How could it be when the Saudis have investments in both? How could it be that? I mean, I'm just wondering where people get this. You know, they're like, oh, they're battling it out. Bro, Turkey's got money in both of them. It's a win-win. It's not a battle. Yeah, Devin Haney signed directly to DAZN. Okay, cool. Is the Shakur fight off the table completely? Not necessarily, because guess what? All they got to do is for Hudson Hawk over there to put together a ring card, and Rick Reno, and all of a sudden Shakur is fighting Devin Haney. And then okay, we're gonna have it on Paramount. Cool. Hey, Turkey, can you give DAZN a check for that clearance? Sure. Boom. There you go, DAZN. Nobody's tripping. DAZN is getting paid nice from this Ryan Garcia thing. They not worrying about it. Trust, they are not worrying about it. They are Gucci.
Yo, I'm so glad you put it the way you did, because I'll be honest, I was falling into this narrative. I really was. I was arguing about it today, earlier today and yesterday. And I'm glad you said that, because there's this part of me that started to frame it like this is great news, because now, like I was saying, competition drives, the best product for us, right? I don't know how good Coca-Cola and Pepsi would be today in their products if they didn't have to go against each other. I can tell you that WWE wrestling was never better than when it had a component, a competitive component that was keeping up and could keep up. It was never better. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember video games where 2K used to have an NBA game, and EA had an NBA, and they had an NFL, and now the market's all, we have these licenses, right? And now I feel like you're right. This is just us getting finessed. That's all this is us to be made to believe that we're actually getting competition between these two, when in reality, we're not. We're just getting the same thing.
Yeah, no, and listen, Devin Haney's gonna fight Keyshawn, and what'll happen is it'll be like, okay, Devin Haney's fighting Keyshawn, Top Rank will handle the promotion. Simple. There's no Devin having to sign to Top Rank to fight Keyshawn. If Devin wants to fight, I don't know, let's say Virgil Ortiz in the future, then he'll fight Virgil Ortiz and Golden Boy will run the promotion.
So in a way, this is not even a thing where it's like, oh, Zuffa's bending to their rules, or Zuffa's, opening up, or Matchroom's willing to talk. This is a situation where they kind of all have the same boss, and that's Turkey.
Yeah.
But what about Turkey saying that Dana's the man and all of that stuff that we heard in the presser? What is that? Why is he trying to convince of a situation that we can see with our own eyes?
Well, I mean, listen, he's got to say that so that, look, all these guys are like egomaniacs. He's gotta make sure that everybody is good with the current setup, and he'll say whatever he has to say. But everybody knows who who's pulling the strings, who's writing the checks, who's making things happen back there. Like that's just how it is, man. So like Devin Haney not signing the Zuffa, okay, cool. Can the Shakur fight still happen? Absolutely. If Turkey wants it, it's gonna happen. Period. Period.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like just like the Conor Benn thing, Conor Benn and Ryan Garcia. Turkey knows that both of these guys, it's more about the analytics. People can say what they want to say about Conor Benn, but his name rings bells when it comes to Google search history and all that stuff. The things that matter to drive up money in different buckets. So look, and then he made the fight happen. Okay, Golden Boy, here's a check. Shut the fuck up. The Zone, here's a check. Shut the fuck up. We're gonna do it here in Paramount. Boom.
Well said.
Simple.
Very simple. Very simple. Very rational too. So speaking of another fight that they wanted, you got time still, or
I got like this next question, then I gotta be out.
Okay, perfect. AJ Fury. Obviously, AJ is going to fight tomorrow. Fury won earlier. He said he's going to be in the building tomorrow.
He will.
What do you expect from tomorrow? And is all this a situation where we would have gotten this back then if it was AJ in the ring that night instead of Fury? What do you think?
Again, ego. This is the last thing was AJ kind of showing that he's the guy that drives the deal. And at that moment, the deal hadn't been signed. So he took a chance. Him and Eddie took a chance on their stance and said, nah, we're not going in there. We staying right here. That's a risk. That's a risk. But it's a calculated risk because you take that risk if you know how strong your position is. They know that Fury needs Joshua. Joshua doesn't need Fury. Simple as that. And so even though kind of they shined up Turkey a little bit because he wanted it to happen there, them keeping their position probably gained them an extra couple million on the back end deal.
Bro, that's the insight we're looking for right there.
And so now, okay, Joshua is doing his thing, is in Saudi, right? And so Fury gonna fly in. Now they're gonna boom. They're gonna do it in front of everybody there. This is the fight that we're gonna get. And then I think Turkey said he'll do the venue announcement the week after.
Do you think Madison Square Garden's an actual real thing, like a real possibility?
Listen, Turkey always says that whoever pays the biggest licensing fee will get the fight. He doesn't care who is what or whatever. Whoever pays the most gets the fight.
Champ. Absolutely.
Is the venue in the UK going to compete with the Garden or Las Vegas? Maybe the Garden, but Las Vegas is going to overpay for it. If they really want it, they'll overpay. It's just a question of whether they really want it or not.
Well said, Champ. Appreciate you jumping on late night, man. For real. Give out the personal real quick.
Yeah, man. At AbeG718 on X, Instagram, TikTok. At AbeG Boxing on YouTube. FightsATW.com is the website. Check it out. We got some really good material for all the fights this weekend. So let's see what happens, man. I think
call him Abe. Call him Abe. He gives the rub. 32 people jumping on as he comes on. So I appreciate that, champ. I really do.
Hey, I think Earl Spence by majority decision. And then they run it back in Dallas like they said already that they will do if the fight is competitive.
Ooh, I love it, champ. We'll talk tomorrow.
All right, man. Peace.
That was Abe Gonzalez, FightsATW.com. All right. The guy, probably one of, like, pound for pound, I would say like top 5 hardest workers in the biz. And I'm only going to say top 5 and not top 3 because a lot of people would get mad at me if I said that. And then they would be like, not mad at me. They would start questioning who's the other people. So I could like leave it more open. That way I could have a bubble of up to like 10. But in all honesty, Abe is the hardest worker. So I don't give a fuck. Fuck y'all. No, I'm just kidding. Shout out to Alex. Said, Mario, tell me and Abe what the new Rockstar said about Comic-Con tomorrow. Yes, sir. Let's get it. So, Okay. Now, before I read whatever this is, I want to make sure that I tell y'all what I've had told to me. I don't have any real sources in the media. All I have is friendships that I've had with people for over a decade that went on to be, premier content people within the biz. And a few of them at Comic-Con, none that have press pass for Hall H tomorrow, but they work for media outlets that do. So we're hearing that a potential new Avengers movie will be announced. Now, I want to make this very clear. There was speculation that Secret Wars was going to be broken up into 2 parts. I firmly believe that that was something that they were looking hard at, right? When you see all the people that commented on it and all the people that were reporting that, you see a situation where they were going to try to make that a 2-parter. However, we are hearing that Avengers Judgment Day. Hey, get out, you little shit. Little boy, get out. T'Challa, you don't have to get out, just this asshole. T'Challa. What is T'Challa for? Not you, Debbie. What the hell? Get out. All right, my bad. So, Marvel Comics has a comic book called Judgment Day. Now, this comic is basically the way this comic is the plot for it, and it's been forever since I've read it, but I was watching a video earlier to kind of like re-jog my memory. But basically, this is what happens. A celestial comes to Earth. This is after Secret Wars. And after the events of Secret Wars, mutants that are still alive, they find a way to bring back or to revive mutants in a way that the DNA changes and makes them immortal. So all mutants become basically immortal. You can't kill them. And the celestials come and they tell the Eternals, hey, these X-Men are this is a heresy. You got to get rid of them. This is not how the law and the law of physics and life should work. So you have 3 groups. You have the X-Men / mutants working towards their survival, which is very on brand with the X-Men, if you know anything about that, their lore. And it puts all of them on the same side, which is very important to kick off the mutant saga, because the other thing we've heard is that the mutant saga will not just be the next saga, the next 2 sagas. It is planned to have multiple sagas, multiple era X-Men storylines. That means that likely at the end, we will have our own Secret Wars X-Men invasion. Little boy, what are you doing? Come here. Come here. Okay. Okay. Come here. Come here. Show everybody how bad you are. Go ahead. Show everybody. Y'all remember the little kitten I got? This is him now. He's fucking huge, dude. Look at the size of his paws. They're fucking huge. He's just going to be a big ass beast. You're going to be a big beast, right? Right, Nebby? No, you don't go anywhere. You right here. You stay right here. Okay, fine. Get the hell out. Okay, so they're going to do multiple storylines with X-Men, so that's going to obviously be where they go with that. However, the Judgment Day storyline works really well for 2 reasons. I'm not saying I like the Eternals movie. All I know is that Feige wants that Eternals the Eternals back. He thinks that they could do them right. You have at the end of Eternals, the Celestials say, I'm going to return for judgment. That comes in line with Judgment Day. Because what happens at the end of Judgment Day is exactly what Kevin Feige is trying to accomplish with Doomsday Secret Wars and the next saga. It's not a full reset, but it is a partial reset. And in this partial reset, what they hope to accomplish is, again, the same storyline in Judgment Day, where they're basically turning the chaos following Secret Wars into a singular storyline, into a singular timeline. What does that do? Well, in the comic, it helped, kind of reshift things. But for the movies, what it does is two things. One, it follows up on the Eternals movie that left a huge gaping hole, right? With the fucking thing crawling out. And that also represents the bigger threat, or the next bigger threat, that you can immediately use to see. Secret Wars destroys the timeline, right? And Judgment Day brings it back. And then now you have everybody in a same universe. You have X-Men complete with Rogue and Wolverine and fucking everybody, right? And then you have an Avengers. Now there's rumors that Thor's going to stick around. They've used words like he's in his prime still. Alex said Miles Morales is on the way. I know that. Miles Morales will likely come about through Secret Wars. If he's not fully established, I think it'll be the movie. Now, here's the thing. Spider-Man, I think, is going to be way deeper than people think. I think Spider-Man may be a project that we did not realize how closely associated to Doomsday it is. See, and real quick, let me just talk about this. Listen, I'm not suggesting like I'm the authority on movies or stories or scripts, but I do have a education on storytelling. And what I can say about that is it helps me to understand the hero's arc. And from the hero's journey, you can derive a protagonist that meets the qualifications of having a big bad, right? So if you're in this situation where the hell did I put my energy drink? If you're in a situation where you don't have like any knowledge of Doom, right? It's not a big deal because, well, it's not that it's not a big deal. It is a big deal. But what they're doing is Doomsday is really a solo movie. It's really a solo Doom movie. Like it's not an Avengers movie, right? It very much sets it up in the way Infinity Wars does, but Infinity Wars is an Avengers movie, right? It follows the Avengers as they navigate Thor's plot in the movie. But with Thanos, you had these little bitty moments where you teased him into the storyline, and then you use the post credits, right, to build the narrative. And we've seen this in wrestling. Whatever happens between the bell never feels and is never as big as what happens after the bell. So we're told as fans, just watching, what Marvel and Kevin Feige are doing is they're telling us this is the most important part of the movie as it relates to the future. Now, you got a bunch of storylines that we're going to follow up with this movie that you just saw, but the very end is giving you a hint at the larger picture. They lost that plot for this phase. Heading into Doomsday, there is no, like little storyline leading up, right? Because he was even in Guardians of the Galaxy and played a pretty significant role, although a minor one, and barely came out. Still, he was the driving force of the plot, right? There was no other reason that Roman was going to go after the Power Stone if it wasn't for Thanos. And so having Doom kept out of everything until the Fantastic Four was such a mistake. even though I understand that they pivoted at the last moment, I'm sorry. Like, did you not have any points where you're going to insert Kang into this? And then, like, where's that scene for him just to kill everybody? You know, like the one that Alex sent us. Like, whoever did that was amazing. Whoever did that AI shit was crazy. You know, he shows up to the Temple of Kangs or whatever, and he fucking just destroys them all one by one. And we need that. We need that from Kang. So this is going to be a solo movie, and that tells me one thing: they're going to have to make Kang as big and as bad as you could possibly make him. And how do they do that? Well, let's look at wrestling. What do you do in wrestling when you want to create the next big bad? You have him take out the biggest good. And in one case, we could use Sheamus. Sheamus was brought on the scene, immediately beat John Cena for the title, and he was proposed to be the biggest heel in that moment. And I think that in order to get a heel or a bad guy over at that level, at the toppity top level, you have to beat big names, right? In wrestling, those would represent Roman Reigns, those would represent Cody Rhodes, those would represent Brock Lesnar, CM Punk, right? In Marvel, that would represent Captain America, that would represent Thor, that would represent Iron Man, Hulk, Spider-Man. And so they have to kill somebody. They have to kill a lot of somebodies, I think. And even though we don't have guaranteed Moon Knight appearances, they got to kill them, man. They got to kill some people for real. And I'm not trying to be like morbid or like gross or like just kill everybody. Not at all. What I'm saying is there's no respect for Doom if he doesn't up the stakes. Thanos snapped away half of everyone. Okay, that's a power move. That's like, holy shit. And again, this whole film is going to be used to illustrate how much more powerful Doom is than Thanos specifically. And in the comics, that is true, but we haven't seen it on screen. So the casual fan has no reason to believe that Doom is a more bigger threat than Thanos. So how does Doom go about the movie? How does it go about producing RDJ as the next big bad after he was the face? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's tough, but like I would say you could kill Namor probably. I don't think anybody's like super excited about Namor. Honestly, I'd kill Shang-Chi. Now, I like Shang-Chi, and I know they're not going to kill him because they're making a second part, a sequel. But the reason I'd kill him is because they made his rings too powerful. There's like a big part of that story that's missing now because of that. I would not have him come out and, like you have to take that shit from him, right? You have to. I just think the Avengers lineup feels so weak. You got fake Falcon, you got fake Captain America, you got the guy who probably should have been Captain America, you got Ant-Man, and that's the other thing. Like the Kang movie ruined Ant-Man in a lot of ways. I mean, having Kang lose to ants was pathetic, but having Ant-Man survive it like that makes him pathetic by, like just by connecting. But either way, we have a potential Iron Man 4 announcement tomorrow. And or a Iron Wars, because remember they were supposed to do Iron Wars and Rhodey was supposed to be there, right? And War Machine was actually a scroll in all of Endgame, which is something that's definitely going to have to be touched on. Look, there's a lot that I'm very worried about. First of all, not mentioning Kang is crazy if they don't do it, which I doubt they do it. But that said, who knows? So this is what's being reported. Oh shit, this is a full description plot leak. Do you guys want to hear this? Hold on, let me see. Oh, some of this stuff we already heard. Okay, do y'all want me to read this? Okay, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to give y'all 2 minutes to get the fuck off. If you don't want to hear this, get off, jump off. That's fine. I love y'all. Thank you for tapping in. Infight and FX, hit the sub, hit the follow. We'll be back tomorrow covering the AJ fight, covering the Earl Spence fight. And then, of course, we'll be back Sunday covering the Berlanga fight as well as AEW Redemption. And remember, I'll be covering that for fights.atw.com. So make sure you tap in with us and hit the sub, hit the follow, and turn on your notifications so you know where we're at. Shout out to Alex. He said, my only gripe is I will never like Shuri as Black Panther. See, and I don't consider her Black Panther. I know that she is technically has the power, but it's like Black Panther was the king. He's the guy who rules Wakanda with the power. And it's like, I don't know. I agree with you. I don't want her to be Black Panther. It feels so disingenuous to the story. Like she was the fucking person that rode the car, the fucking AI car, like in a safe like zone. You know what I mean? Like it's not, I don't know, whatever. Hugh Jackman and Ryan tomorrow? I would assume so, yes. I would assume so, yes. Those are, I would say, very, very reasonable. I'm wondering if Scarlet Witch is going to show up tomorrow. I would say, yes, you're right. There is reason to hold her off, especially if she's going to be masked throughout the movie. Because, like, I don't know if y'all know this. Where we're definitely going with this is Doom is going to present as Victor Von Doom, right? As Victor, probably only. And he's going to look like Iron Man. He's going to be in through the whole movie. And they're going to talk about Doom like he's another character. And I think we're going to end up realizing that Victor is a variant that's like somewhere between what Tony was and who Victor Von Doom is. So Victor will be a scientist, where Doom will be a scientist, a magician, and I forgot what else he is. And so like he'll have that over him. So he's gonna have his witches, right? His council of witches, and we know that's the case because Comic-Con this week released the costumes. So he's going to have Latvarian witches, a council of them, 4, and I expect to see Scarlet Witch as one of them. I think it's really, I think you have to, not that you have to have them, but it's like Vision's still coming. It's like Vision, the Vision quest shit is still coming. It's like you haven't even finished that trilogy yet. So like, what story are we still telling? So I don't know. I think it would be, it's already big enough having Hugh Jackman, Ryan Reynolds, and Denzel tomorrow as a surprise. So holding back on Olsen is, you know, probably best, but I do think they should tell us who Sadie Sink is going to be. Okay, I've given you all enough time. If you haven't jumped off, then you don't want to, and you want me to read this because you probably, like me, believe that there's no way this is actually super true, but we are going to read it. So this is from a leaked this is from a leaked transcript file that was supposedly delivered in one of the closed hall meetings. Again, take this with a grain of salt, guys, because I've seen a lot of this stuff that they're already saying. And some of it is true, I think, but a lot of it's not. A lot of it's just, I think, speculation. But who knows? We'll see. Let's see how accurate it is by the time we get there, right? Avengers Doomsday opens up in NYC on Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man Earth. That is something we've heard. That is something we've seen footage to a degree of. And a lot of people have claimed that we will be starting off in Tobey Maguire's New York. He's fighting Deadpool and Wolverine, who were sent there with a planet-killing bomb built by Beast to destroy Tobey's world in order to save their own universe from an incursion. Tobey battles Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. See, most of this we've already heard. Tobey battles Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, who manages to plant the device. Wolverine stays behind when it detonates, and both he and Tobey's Spider-Man, along with everyone on Earth, are killed. Deadpool escapes and returns to his own Earth, which we see in the distance. Okay, see, and that's, I don't think that's going to be the case. Like, here's the thing. Deadpool surviving is obviously going to happen, but Wolverine killing him off in the first, here's what you don't want. You don't want what happened with Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. You don't want to just kill off our favorite toys. Like, don't get me wrong, I love that we got to see the Illuminati, but damn, you made it seem like she was so much more powerful than everybody, and then at the end she just fucking dies. Like, I don't know. May Lord bless the unknown actors that will be announced for big roles. They better be ready. Dude, you're absolutely right. If they announce Wolverine tomorrow, I hope they announce Iron Man, honestly. uh, okay. So, along with everyone else, Arkell, Deadpool escapes, returns to his Earth, which we'll see in the distance. Charles Xavier watches the destroyed world below with sadness, but they had no choice. When we then cut to Tony's funeral, Steve speaks with someone. Steve speaks with some of the heroes, including Ant-Man, before returning the stones. He goes back in time and chooses to stay with Peggy. They have a son, Jim. One day, Loki visits them. This is before the Loki season 2 finale. He tells Steve about the TVA and warns him that they will soon prune the timeline because Steve was never meant to live there or have a son. Loki offers them a way out. He can take them to a universe where they don't exist and can live in peace. The Fantastic Four's universe. This is something we've also heard. Before leaving, Loki gives Steve a special card to contact him, which we've seen that card in the trailer. Steve and his family live there for 10 years, a number we've heard again. We then see Dr. Doom visiting Sue and Franklin. They clearly know each other. Doom says he has come to speak with Reed. He warns him about an incursion, reveals their universe is next. He proposes a plan, but they must travel with him to Earth 616. That's the main universe that we've been watching. Doom also asks Reed whether it's possible for someone from another universe is living in theirs. Oh, ask Reed. They scan the planet and discover an anomaly, Steve and his family. They confront Steve, who recognizes them after living for a decade. They explain the incursions and ask him to come to 616 to help convince the Avengers to trust Doom's plan. They travel there. Steve successfully persuades the heroes to listen. Next, they visit the X-Men universe, but the X-Men are hostile. See, we've actually heard the X-Men universe is getting visited within the first hour of the film, so I don't know. And those are from really reliable leaks. So I don't know. This just seems like something somebody could have written based on extremely detailed leaks and reports from some of the industry's top people. You know, a lot of this isn't even really like a. I mean, this is only like a spoiler if everything else was true. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I mean, I guess this is the pieces of a lot of different reports put in and saying like, but again, this is all seems like the most rational way to get to where they want to get. But either way, okay, let's start. Doom also asks Reed whether blah, 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 Steven and Bruce, they confront Steve, blah, blah, blah. Next, they visit the X-Men's universe, but the X-Men are hostile. They survived multiple incursions and trust no one. They assume the MCU heroes and the Fantastic Four have come to destroy them and attack. So the X-Men have been just killing fucking people, like billions and trillions of people. What the fuck, dude? This is crazy. Yo, the X-Men are probably the bad guys in the movie. They confront Steve. Oh, blah, blah. They assume the MCU heroes, blah, blah, and attack. Reed and Doom explain their solution to build massive cannons on each Earth. This is another thing we heard, and this is straight from the comics. Now, in the comics, the firearms, like what they use, they're not like, it's not like nukes or like energy in that kind of way. What it is, it's like almost like a dark matter type of thing. So like people think dark matter, which is like 80% of the universe or something like that, is basically the threading that connects time and space. So this thing that they build in the comics is like cannons that shoot like that kind of black matter so that the space that occupies the Earth that's heading towards them is pushed out into the distance, right? So imagine imagine two kids running like forward and somebody just shifts the other one to run just past them. You know what I mean? That's kind of to a degree what it is. Next they visit okay, to build cannons on each Earth that will permanently separate the universes and stop the incursions. They will split into teams and each one will go to another Earth to place a cannon there. That sounds very in-game-ish. Meanwhile, Steve tells Thor he met a Loki who is still alive. Remember the part where he says, that's impossible. So a lot of people think that the Steve that we've seen in the trailer with the beard and the hair is a character that is referred to as Hydra Steve Rogers or Hydra Captain America. And this is a version of Captain America that lives in a timeline where we lost World War II. And basically he, becomes a Hydra agent, and that's how he, that's his narrative. And so a lot of people think it's an evil Steve that we're getting in that scene. And it's because Thor would have been like rational, or he would have seen a lot of different people from a lot of different multiverses already. So I don't think that that's going to be the case. I just hope they don't kill Loki. If they kill Loki, dude, fuck this movie, honestly. Loki's probably like the last interesting, like really interesting character. Like I wouldn't say it's Doom because I don't know shit about him. I wouldn't say it's Captain America because as far as I know, he's just an old man that lives where they all live. I wouldn't say it's Thor because I don't know. I just wouldn't say it's Thor. Having a daughter is cool, but that doesn't feel like a big old like narrative for Doomsday. So Doom reveals Steve's presence in their universe is what triggered their incursion because he didn't belong there. It also led to the death of Doom's family. Doom became obsessed with stopping. Wait, oh my bad. I went through the wrong things. Hold on. They realized Doom. Oh wait, okay. I fucking skipped a lot. Next, they visit Earth to place Canada. Okay. Meanwhile, Steve tells Thor that he met Loki, who is still alive. Thor asks Steve to take him to him. Using Loki's card, they locate the TVA, but when they arrive, everyone is dead, and Loki has had his heart ripped out. Oh, man. Oh, man. If they go there, I swear to God, I'm going to fucking crash out. I'm not going to walk out of the movie because it's like $1 million, but I'm going to be so pissed. An off-screen killing of Loki. Oh, man. Just tell us you don't give a shit about anything they did without telling us, dude. And look, does he have to kill Loki at some point? Sure. Into the movie, how about that? He gets the powers to make Battle World. You know what? By the way, I'm hoping that between Doomsday and Secret Wars, but it probably wouldn't happen until after Secret Wars, that they have a cartoon version or an animated version of Secret Wars, like the way they have like the zombie apocalypse or the zombie Marvel, and the way they did What If. I hope they have like a Secret Wars thing. So it's like we have a storyline in episode 1 coming out of like the Hulk village, and it's like nothing but the Hulks, right? And then like the second one comes from like I don't know, like the Thors, right? The Thors are the police of Secret War, of Doomsday Secret Wars place of Battle World. And so what if we have like a Thor episode where they're like a SWAT team, right? And they're like going into like a SWAT situation or whatever, right? That could be cool. And then like a third one maybe is like the Hydra or part of Battle World, right? Where we go through like a Hydra campaign, and maybe there's like somebody in the Hydra that's like a secret plant, right? Like Hydra had in the real 616 timeline. That could be cool, but I don't know. We'll see. Okay. They realize Doom is responsible for ripping out Loki's heart and killing the TVA. Steve goes back to confront Doom, who reveals his true plan to allow the incursions to happen so he can rebuild the multiverse in his own image and resurrect his dead family. He takes Steve to his castle in Latveria on his Earth. There, Steve meets Doom's followers, masked witches. One of them impersonates Peggy to manipulate him. Doom reveals that Steve's presence in their universe is what triggered their incursion because he didn't belong there. It also led to the death of Doom's family. Doom became obsessed with stopping incursions, conducting dangerous experiments, one of which killing his family and leaving him disfigured, forcing him to wear the armored mask. As revenge, Doom kills Steve's son in front of him. Oh, that's going to be a nasty word. Doom announces that the Avengers are coming, and Latveria prepares for war. The Fantastic Four, the Avengers, and the X-Men unite and march on Latveria. That's going to be sick if that happens. Thor prays to Odin, who sends an army from Valhalla to join the battle. Oh, man, I bet our Secretary of Defense is going to get just like a big boner for that. Pete Hegseth. A massive war erupts as Earth begins to collide. Eventually, the universes crash into one another and destroy, killing everyone except Doom. It's revealed that he stole Loki's powers. Using them, he creates Battleworld, resurrects everyone, and erases their memories. They believe Battleworld is all that ever existed. We see them living new lives in this false reality. Doom sits on his throne as Emperor of Battleworld. The end. Here's the reason I don't believe it. No Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange has to be in it. There's no way he's not. Oh shit, these are sick. Holy shit. Yo, these are sick. Hold up, let me show y'all. They did a Figs release with the baseball and football. They got Francisco Lindor, Bryce Harper, Aaron Judge, Pete Crow Armstrong, PCA got one already. Otani, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who hits like a bitch now, Troy Aikman, and Jerry Rice. Those are the 6-inch action figures coming in stores soon, or 2 stores soon, I should say. Anyway, listen, we're going to be live tomorrow, mostly the whole day. We got Anthony Joshua, and then we have Earl Spence. But I'm going to be live earlier than that, covering all of this news. Yes, Infight FX is for combat sports, but I just decided that I just like to debate stuff. So it's like I would love to just debate Game of Thrones, Marvel, DC, all that. So fuck it, I'm covering whatever I want at all times. And then we'll be live on Sunday for Redemption. The AEW pay-per-view, which I will be covering for fightsatw.com. Shout out to Abe, who came on earlier, by the way. What else? Berlanga on Sunday as well. But we'll be live all day, and we'll be live covering this. I am so excited. 9 a.m. is when it supposedly is launching, which would be like 11 my time or something like that. No telling when, announcements are made. Hopefully we'll have everything, set up live the way we can watch it all together. But either way, we'll be live, and I cannot wait. As far as the Spence fight tomorrow, first of all, I'm picking Spence to win. But because we got the AJ card, I'm going to go ahead and run like a preview for that one. Then at that time. So I'll have basically 2, maybe 3 different scheduled shows tomorrow. Maybe I'll just do one strictly only Comic-Con shit and then go into the AJ fight and then go into the Spence preview on that one. And then we'll do the Spence card later. So anyway, appreciate everybody tapped in today. I appreciate everybody who hit the sub, everybody who hit the follow. Remember, we'll be live tomorrow for the Spence fight versus Tim Tszyu. The whole card we will be live for. We'll also be live on Sunday for AEW Redemption and Berlanga, as well as AJ, as well as Comic-Con. So make sure you hit the notifications. Make sure you tap in. I know I just repeated myself, but like 8 people just jumped on. So hit the notifications, hit the sub, hit the follow, and make sure you're tapped in so you can kick it with us as we go live pretty much all day tomorrow. So until then, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace.